Oh, she already did. Got it.
Fred Ramos, are you on the line?
Should be. I'm seeing him. Oh, Jerry, sorry, Jerry. I cannot make John as the co-host because you are now the host. I'm just an attendee. So sorry. That's okay. This should be okay.
Can you ask Fred if he wants to start things off?
Hey, Fred, are you there?
This isn't a mic, but it's a pen.
Where is our fearless leader here? No? Okay. All right, Jerry. Fred is not here. I cannot hear him, so I think we should just proceed because I think there's gonna be 37 people here. So I think we can start, and then if he wants to barge in later on, he can just do that.
Okay, very good. I'll get started then. All right. Good morning, everyone.
No.
My name is Jerry Muir, and this morning we have our first session for the St. Killian Church VITA program. And there's a total of 4 of these sessions. The next session will be next week.
There's a total of 4 sessions.
At 9 a.m. in the morning. All right, let's go ahead and get started. And so here are our objectives today. We're going to conduct introductions as best we can, talk about the various programs that provide individuals with tax assistance, and then we'll do a detailed review of the various IRS and franchise tax board resources that are available. And then we'll do an introduction to what's new in tax year 2022. There's a lot of things that are new, but we're gonna key on the things that you most likely will see at the VITA site. And then we'll take you through the ethics, screening, interviewing, and taxpayer management. If you are new to VITA, then we will go through it in detail. If you've been with VITA before, then this most likely will be a review for you. And then we'll talk about Link and Learn. And that's the program that you use to take your certification. And when you hear the term certification, that also equals test. And so certification test, it's the same thing. And then we'll talk about the software that we use. And it's called TaxSlayer Pro. It is a professional software. I use it in my practice. There's a lot of people that use it in their practice. And I think TaxSlayer Pro is, I think it's fairly user-friendly. So I think you'll, once you master it, which is not difficult, you'll be able to prepare a return with no big issues. And then we'll touch upon what are called the filing basics and filing status. That's something that we see, of course, on every single return. We'll talk about what is known as the Affordable Care Act. That's the legislation that came out about 12 years ago that required individuals to get health insurance. And we'll talk about the state of California and their law regarding health insurance. And then we'll talk about reporting income. That is a big issue. Obviously, there's many different types of income, and we'll show you where you need to go to review what are called information returns. And then we'll go through some various topics to include the individual taxpayer identification number and some miscellaneous topics. And then at the very end, we'll spend about an hour introducing you to a basic tax scenario and then getting into the practice lab and navigating through the practice lab and preparing a return. It'll be a basic return. Okay, and then we're going to go no later than 1 o'clock, and we'll break approximately on the hour. And here is our laundry list of VITA leadership team folks, IRS contacts, and Orange County United Way. And so we'll run through this now. If this is incorrect, if somebody says that, no, I'm not doing that, then you can email me or you can pipe up on the line here and you can tell us what you think your position is. And so in the church, we do have a woman, her name is Susan Armstrong, And she does a lot of things. She's a business manager. She has an office in the church, and we go through her for a lot of things. She also is the one who kind of handles and manages the grant that the IRS gives St. Killian's to operate the VITA program. And that grant is it's a fairly substantial grant, and I'll let Fred, the next time he gets on the line, if he wants to talk about the specifics of the grant. And then Fred Ramos, most of you probably know Fred Ramos. He is an IRS employee. He's also retired Navy, and I've designated him as our dear leader. And so he's the guy who has been involved in VITA for many years, and he supports the program. I think today he's got a birthday party he's going to, so he may not be on the line. Again, my name is Jerry Muir. I'm an enrolled agent, and I do have a practice. I also teach accounting and taxation at a couple of colleges, and I'm your acting site coordinator until Fred finds someone else. And then I also will conduct some of the training for St. Killian, such as today. Emily Itak, you might know her. She is with St. Killian. She's going to be the assistant site coordinator this year. And Emily is what is called a CTEC registered tax preparer. And when you see that acronym CTEC, what that means is the California Tax Education Council, which is an organization set up by the state legislature. And if you are practicing tax, you're a tax practitioner in California, and you're charging people money for tax preparation, you have to belong to CTEC unless you're one of the big three. And the big threes include enrolled agents, certified public accountants, and attorneys. And then we have Mel. You probably all remember Mel. He's going to be our site operations coordinator. So the expectation is he'll be there most sessions that we conduct tax preparation. And then we have Art. He's been involved for a long time. We designated him as a scheduler. And then we have our IT guy, who's also, he's got a team really, but Steve is our IT guy. And he's also our ERO for now. And ERO is an acronym that stands for Electronic Return Originator. And that means the person who actually e-files the returns with the IRS. And then you might remember when returns are filed, not all of them will go through. So what happens is they will reject. And then of course the return has to be perfected, i.e. fixed, and then sent to the IRS. And then we've got John Nagy. He's also
a little bit. What do you need?
And he's our training coordinator.
Hold on a second.
Hey, can you go on mute?
Hold on a second. Where are you?
Thank you. Can you go on mute, please? And so we've got John. He's going to be involved. He's been involved for a number of years. And if I remember correctly, John, you also have a PhD in economics. Is that right?
That's right. Trivia
Right.
question. Yeah,
What was your specialty in economics?
it was public finance and urban economics. So it had an element of taxation kind of feel to it.
All right, very good. So we're in good hands with John. He's an experienced individual. And then we've got Evelyn and Adela, and that's the team. We call them the cover letter team. What they're going to do, the plan is to send out what is called the intake and interview sheet, which is that form 13614C, along with a cover letter to our former clients. And what that's going to do is that's obviously going to trigger them in a good way, and they're going to get prepared for the season, and they're going to come into the church to get their returns done. And of course, with that document in their hands, it'll save a lot of time for our preparers, because the returning clients need that intake and interview sheet. So that's the leadership team as of now, and as a seat. Can you go ahead? Thank you. And so as things move on in the season, obviously we'll add and subtract and multiply from our leadership team. And then we have our IRS representative. The acronym SPEC stands for Stakeholder Partnerships, Education, and Communication. And SPEC is within the Wage and Investment Division. And right now, Christine is our contact. She is an IRS employee. They use a term, at least I think that still is the term they use. They use the term tax consultant. And I know it's confused people in the past. I was a tax consultant with the IRS. People would always ask me, hey, who do you work for? And I said, well, I work for the IRS. My title just happens to be tax consultant. But again, she's our representative. she's got some good experience, and she actually attended one of our meetings a few weeks ago. So we're in good hands there. And then we also have the Orange County United Way. We work with them. I'll call them the umbrella agency. And what they do is they operate a number of partners, or they work with partners, I should say, and they also operate some sites. So we've got a couple of contacts. You might be familiar with Omid. He's been there for a number of years, and they have a new person. Her name is Raven, and so those are our contacts. So these are the names and the people that you will bump into, you will hear about. And a lot of the leadership team, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to be at the site when we conduct our site operations. Okay, any questions about the names and the titles on this? Yeah.
Dear Fred here, I just want to thank you, and I don't know if you can see me, but certainly it's a great day, and welcome everybody else on our third Zoom training at St. Killian. Jerry Muir has been our illustrious master trainer in the Zoom VITA training, and certainly he has said everything else about the people that connects everyone in St. Killian VITA. So certainly Jerry is not acting, but he's the site coordinator for the year 2023, and certainly a great person to be a point of contact and the one that make St. Killian better than best in training in the nation. Thank you, Jerry.
All right, Fred, I'm going to refuse to accept the title site coordinator. I've anointed myself acting site coordinator. All right. Okay. And again, if you're new to VITA, there's a lot of experience with the team. There's a lot of experienced preparers. And so you're going to be in very good hands. We will train you as best we can. And then when you go to the site as a tax preparer or whatever capacity you're working in, you've got friendly people, you've got knowledgeable people, and you've got helpful people. And so I think you're going to have a really good time. It's just a great place. I told Fred a couple of years ago, maybe more than a couple of years ago, one of the best sites when I worked for the IRS that I visited, one of the best sites was St. Killian's. And so again, you got a great team, you got a great opportunity to learn and have fun, and of course help people. Okay, so right now, this is what we have as far as our dates and hours. And we will be meeting at the church on Saturdays. We will actually be, I'm going to call it the second floor. So when you go to the second floor, there's a lot of different offices and rooms. We'll be up there. We've already coordinated with Susan Armstrong, so we'll be up there. We've been up there in the past, a few years ago, before we did the parking lot routine. But again, Saturdays from 9 to 1. And so if you are a volunteer, obviously you want to get there a little bit early. You'll check with either the site coordinator or the assistant site coordinator, and then you'll be given a particular function. And we will close our doors at 1 o'clock, which means if we have a customer that comes in right at 1 o'clock and we accept them, then obviously we have to get that customer through the tax preparation process. And we will start on the 28th of January. We'll end on the 15th. And if you're thinking, hey, wait a second, the 15th of April is the last day. Well, you're close. Next season is actually, the rule is if the 15th falls on a Saturday or on a Sunday, then you go to the next business day. And so what we're going to do on the 15th, we will prepare returns, and then we will tell people if it rejects, meaning when we try to electronically file, we call them up and say, hey, we can't perfect your return. The next step is go ahead and make a copy of that courtesy return that we gave you and send it to the IRS. But typically the vast majority of returns that we prepare are electronically filed. And then that acronym TBP, that means to be published. And so there may be additional dates and times. We've talked about Tuesday in the late afternoon, early evening, selected additional dates and times. So again, that will that may happen, and if it does happen, it will be published well in advance. And then of course we'll appropriately staff the additional dates and times. All right. Okay, so here's a couple things that we're probably all aware of, but let's kind of remind ourselves again. This program, it is subsidized by us, the taxpayers. So everybody on this call, actually helps VITA out financially by paying your taxes, because this is a program that's administered by the Internal Revenue Service and the Franchise Tax Board, and taxpayer resources are dedicated to this program. That would be the 4012 that you get. That would be the software that's provided to the church for free. And of course, the support we get from IRS employees and Franchise Tax Board employees. And it has been around for a long time. VITA itself, the legislation, I believe, came out in 1969. The first site was a year or two after that in California. So again, many years. And so if you are brand new to VITA, maybe you've never heard of it. This is, again, a program for at least 50 years. And then this is something that if you're not a tax person, maybe you're brand new, or you know just a little bit about it, this is really important to kind of let it soak in. When you talk about the body of tax law, it includes a number of things. It does include what is called the Internal Revenue Code, and that's the legislation that Congress passes and the president, of course, signs. And then it also includes the Revenue and Taxation Code for California, passed by the state legislature, signed by the governor. And then there are many other things that go into tax law changes. Things like, for example, certain court cases that are adjudicated. And these are federal court cases for federal tax law, and of course, state court cases for state tax law. So again, that's just an example of just the many things that go into the body of tax law. And tax law changes every year. And sometimes it changes a little bit, and sometimes it changes a lot. And so I do hear people say, hey, last year I got a refund of $814. So why don't I get a refund of $814 this year? And my response typically is, well, things change, and rates change, laws change. And so what we're going to do, we're going to go through the return. The returns are reviewed, and we're going to determine if it's correct. But again, there's a lot of changes, and that's probably, like, for example, our clients from last year, some of them had what is called the Child and Dependent Care Credit, which was a refundable credit. We're going to find out shortly that has changed. And so again, yes, refunds and amounts due are going to change because of the change in what we call the body of tax law, which includes those two codes that I referenced.
Jerry?
Yes.
There are questions on the chats, 3 questions on the chat that you may be able to answer. One question right now is, Jerry, do you offer classes on site versus Zoom?
We offer classes on site. If you're talking about St. Killian's Church right now, this is via Zoom. If you want to attend a class face-to-face, this is outside of St. Killian's. Yes, Fran, can I plug? I'm going to plug my college. So I teach at a couple of colleges, and one of them is Coastline College, and they're headquartered in Fountain Valley, and we've got campuses in Garden Grove, Newport Beach, and Westminster. So yes, I do have a face-to-face tax class. It's a VITA 1 class, and it starts in January, early January. And right now it's Zoom. It may be face-to-face. And then I do have some other classes that I do face-to-face. But again, you probably have to contact me and say, hey, Jerry, I'm thinking about this. But for St. Killian's, it's all Zoom.
Second question, Jerry, will we get copy of the personnel dates, location of the church, etc.? I think this is in the website, or this is in the St. Killian Bulletin, or the name of the personnel will only be available to the volunteers inside rather than the outside. I think that's what it is, as far as information of personnel, unless we have the name of the personnel in the church that state who are the leaders for VITA with phone number to contact, just in case any issue and concerns arise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to get contact information. In fact, I'll give you my phone number right now. So if you are a volunteer with St. Killian's and you want to contact me, you can call me at area code 949-633-6378. And then you can pose your question, or you can text me and say, hey, I'm Fred Flintstone. I'm from St. Killian's. I had a question about X. So you can do that. And then for this season, we do have Emily Itak, and Emily is the assistant site coordinator. And so she'll be there either all Saturdays or most Saturdays. And so you got Jerry and Emily, and then of course you also have Fred. Fred, did you want to give out your contact information?
Yes, it's always there in St. Kilda, but my number is 949 705 8311. 949 705 8311. And the last question here, Jerry. Did you see that chat?
I can go in there, but if you've got the question,
Okay.
please pose
Yes,
it.
will we get PowerPoint presentation after the training today?
The answer is yes, we can provide the PowerPoint. I'm going to ask Steve if he's still on the line, if he can blast that out.
Yeah, that was this PowerPoint presentation. Are you talking about this one? I think this was sent to to some of us. Yeah, so we will
I'll just send it now, Steve. I mean,
yeah.
I send out it to everybody right now. I'll just
Yeah.
send it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a PDF. It's gonna be a PDF version.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. Okay. Anything else, Fred, or should we move on?
I think I was just saying that United Way is also offering in-person training.
Oh, that's right. Cool.
Yes, United Way is offering face-to-face, and what we can do, if you'll just mark in your calendar if you want face-to-face, it will be in January. The precise times will to be published. It will be conducted by Omid from United Way, and the location will be the Newport Beach campus of Coastline College. So that information will be forthcoming. That's what's that one term? It's in the works. All right, Fred, I'm going to march on.
I believe so.
All right. Okay. And then we all know as returning volunteers, there's certification. If you're a brand new volunteer, the certification or test, same thing. This is required of volunteers. And some volunteers do not act in a capacity as a preparer. So they will pass what is called the ethics test and the intake test. And they'll help out at the site, which is fantastic. And then a lot of our volunteers actually go through the certification. And this is what I recommend. If Fred changes my mind, then so be it. But I recommend that everybody certify at the basic and at the advanced level. And the reason I recommend going through the basic and the advanced level, what it does is if you haven't touched taxes for 7 or 8 months, you kind of forget a few things. And going through that basic and the advanced module will kind of bring you up to speed. So that's what I recommend. And then there are certain levels of certification, which we're going to talk about. But again, the certification test, this is one of the great things about VITA. It is an open certification test. It is untimed. And so when you open it up, you have all the time in the world to do it. And it should be an individual effort. And for most people, if you've done this before, when I went through my certification, usually it's maybe 20 minutes for each test. Now there is a test that we're not going to do. Some sites do. It's called the foreign student one, which is much more involved. But our basic certification, once you read the material, you're going to get through it very quick. And then your go-to documents, which we're going to talk about, are your publication 4012, which has all the answers. So again, certification it takes time, but it's not a complex, and it should not be a frustrating thing, especially when you go through these 4 training sessions that we're going to offer you in the next month or so. All right, moving on. So our returns are reviewed 100%. And like I always tell people, everybody, I've been in the tax world about 35 years, and I've never met anybody who prepared a return, either their return or for a client or for a VITA client who hasn't made a mistake. I've met attorneys, I've met CPAs, I've met enrolled agents, yours truly. Everybody's going to make a mistake. And the key is having those returns reviewed by someone that's 100% review. So what we end up doing, we end up catching the vast majority of mistakes that are made. And mistakes are going to be made because when you talk about taxes, there's a lot of twists and turns, and there's no one out there who's going to know everything. And there's just a lot of rules. So again, they're reviewed, and I think that does a really good job reducing the errors. And then of course, having for most people a correct return, which means the correct amount of tax they owe or refund. So I think that's a good thing. Now do keep in mind, especially if you're new, the review process obviously is going to add some more time to the tax preparation process. But again, it benefits the taxpayer at the end of the day. And then this program, and this is another thing, again, if you're new, I use the term qualified. You know, when you go through life, it doesn't matter what you do, you have to qualify for just about everything. And so if you're a taxpayer that comes to our site, you have to be qualified. And what that means is, well, we look at income, and I use the term approximately $60,000 of income. That is set in jello or maybe hard jello. It may go up, it can go up. I've seen numbers of 66,000, 64,000, but for our purposes right now, it's about $60,000 of income. That does not address someone's net worth. We have our VITA clients that have net worth of a lot more than I have, but again, their income is approximately 60,000, and that's part of that qualification. But there's certain taxpayers that we cannot help for various reasons, and we're going to get into what is called the scope of service. There's certain things that we don't do. So for example, if you had a taxpayer come to the site and they're ready to go and they've got all their information, they go, yes, I'm a local farmer. Well, we tell them, hey, that's great, but we don't do the farm returns, which is a Schedule F as in Foxtrot. And so that's one example of things that we just don't do. We can't, because when you're talking about tax, there are just so many different topics, and the IRS has decided there are certain topics that VITA volunteers will not address. And what that means is, you know, we don't chase them out of the church and call them names, of course. What we do is we say, we can't help you. And then, of course, that's going to beg the question, well, okay, where do I go? We can't recommend a particular practitioner, but what we will do, we will say, well, there are different societies in California, and you can go to their website and you can look up a local practitioner. And that's probably the best we can do. We can give them some recommendations, again, for societies, not individual preparers. And then when you talk about the programs, and I think there's a few folks on the call here who are part of AARP. We are VITA, and this is the last information I know. Tax counseling for the elderly, there are a few sites that are not associated with AARP, but the vast majority of sites you see out there are VITA sites or AARP. And again, AARP, I've worked with them, and they're a great organization. They have a lot of great volunteers, great training. And so again, this is just another avenue, if you will, for a tax client to go out there and find a site. And they're all over the place. VITA's all over the place, and AARP is all over the place. So, all right, I'll stop and see if anybody has any comments or questions.
Yes, no question, huh? All right, I'm
Okay.
still here.
No questions?
Yeah, I think they already kind of, the question was asked in the chat, and then also some of them, like Fred mentioned, so.
Okay, we're gonna move on then.
Yeah, move on.
And sometimes my screen freezes, so I've got to unfreeze it. So bear with me.
Hey, Jerry, would you be
Yes.
able to make either Jan Nagy as a co-host while you're at it, or do you want to do that during the break time? Probably.
Let's do that on the break, so I don't
Okay.
completely embarrass myself in front of all of the participants.
Sounds good.
Okay, so now we're going to do what is called the deep dive on the various publications. And if you are new or you haven't spent a lot of time on these publications, I'll give you some ideas. These are very helpful. And the great thing about these publications that we're going to talk about, they are all available on the IRS or Franchise Tax Board website, and they're free. And so what I do, and I'll give you an example, in my practice, I'll be working on a return. I get that question that I'm just not quite sure about. And so I have various resources. And one of the resources that I have is the IRS website. And I may dig down in a publication and look for a particular answer. So Okay, so we'll start off with the first one. This is something that we're going to have at the site, either electronic or a hard copy. And publication 17, this changes every year. It's revised every year. And the great thing about this publication, it gives you the very basics of income, deductions, and credits. And then what it does, it will refer you to another IRS publication. And there are literally, I think the last time I looked, when you talk about IRS publications, IRS forms, IRS documents, there are thousands of them. In fact, every tax season in my practice, I bump into a new form or a new publication I've never seen before. And I worked for the IRS for 27 years, and I've been referring to IRS documents for 35 years. And so again, you're going to see that. You're going to see something, what's this? And it's either new or maybe something you've never seen before. But again, the Pub 17, it's a great publication. I know in past years it was printed. I'm not sure if we're going to get it printed, but again, available electronically, and you can search it electronically. And that's one of the publications I still use. When I first worked for the IRS, I used it all the time. And of course, I'll be the first to admit, we don't dig down into what is called the Internal Revenue Code or the Revenue and Taxation Code. We don't do that in VITA. If you're a tax practitioner, you will. In VITA, we refer to publications. And so again, just a great publication. And this typically hits the street for the new tax year in January. And once it does hit the street, we will tell our VITA volunteers at St. Killian's, hey, this thing's available and you can take a look at it. And then like any publication, you go to the very beginning of it, it says what's new for the particular tax year. And then another publication, 334, this is something I actually share with my paying clients in my tax practice. I've got a lot of small business owners, and some of them are very sophisticated when it comes to tracking their income and tracking their expenses, and others are not. And so what I do is I just share the idea that, hey, you know, it's really good to get smart on record keeping, on what needs to be reported, what deductions you can take, accounting methods, things like that. And the publication 334, which is easy to read, it does just that. And so if you have someone at the VITA site and they have a small business, which means we're going to prepare a Schedule C in most cases, then that publication will help them out. It'll kind of jog their memory. Oh, that's right. This is an expense I can take. Again, a great publication. It's updated every year also. And then another publication that I've used literally at least 1,000 times, it's the IRS publication 525. And this is taxable and non-taxable income. And you will see this probably at the VITA site. I see this on a regular basis. Someone will ask you, I have this type of income. Is it taxable? And I'll look at it and I'll say, you know something? About 95% of the time I can tell you if it's taxable or non-taxable. And sometimes I say, I don't know, got to look it up. You will actually bump into that sometime in your tax volunteer time. Someone will pose a question to you and you'll say, I don't know, I got to look it up. It's okay to look it up. It's okay to look it up because again, tax law changes. There is new tax law and there are certain things you've never seen before. And I'm telling you from my background and my experience, you will bump into stuff you've never seen before, even though I think I've prepared maybe in my time 10,000 tax returns, and I see stuff every year I've never seen before. And same. So again, this is a great publication. It's written in very plain terms, and it tells you what's taxable and non-taxable, and in certain cases, what is taxable in part. And that's something we get into in a later session where we talk about what is called the simplified method, where individuals have what is called cost or basis in their pension. But again, just a great publication. So all of these resources are available to you. And what I have done in the past, both VITA clients and my paying clients, sometimes they'll ask me a question and they'll say, Jerry, how can that be? And I will open up an IRS publication and I'll say, this is the information that you're looking for. And they look at it and kind of reassures them. They say, okay, I got it. And then another publication, which you will see every day at the VITA site, we use an envelope, and that envelope has certain information on it to include what is called a civil rights statement. And that's called the publication 730. And so what happens is taxpayers who are brand new, we'll collect the documents from them, either a photocopy or the original, and we'll put it in that envelope along with that courtesy 1040 that we printed out along with the 540, and then they have it for their records. Our returning VITA clients will usually come in with their publication 730, the envelope with their documents from last year, which is an important thing. When you're looking at a taxpayer, you do want to review the return from last year. You can do it on a computer, or you can look at hard copy documents. And it's the same thing applies if you're a practitioner. I meet with new clients on a regular basis, and one of the first questions I ask them, did you file last year? And they usually say, yes, I did. And then I ask them, hey, can I see a copy of your Form 1040 and your Form 540 for last year? And I'll review it, and sometimes I'll say, okay, great, thanks, now I know what to do. Or I'll say, hey, you got an issue from last year and you need to fix it. And we'll talk about that later when we get into returns. I think that'll be in the third session. We're talking about what are called amended returns, and we'll talk about that. Amended return simply means you're correcting a return for whatever reason. And then this is probably the document that you're going to spend the vast majority of time in. It's called the Volunteer Resource Guide, the publication 4012. And I'm going to show you first couple of some pages on this, but first we want to talk about it. Every year it's updated. The 2022 tax year publication, it's been published. It's been hung on the website. We have ordered hard copies of the publication 4012 that will be delivered to the church office. And then what will happen is our VITA volunteers from St. Killian's, they're going to get a copy. And this is the document you want to bring to your VITA site. You can certainly make notes in it. My 4012, I spill coffee on it. I make all sorts of notes, and it's just a great guide for volunteers because it addresses the vast majority of topics you're going to see. And let's see, Fred, are you still with us?
Yes, Jerry, yes, I'm still here.
So Fred, I'm going to attempt to open this up. If I can, I'll use method number 2, but can you let me know if you see the 4012?
Yes. The 42, oh, you want me to open it?
No, if you can just tell me if you can see it on the screen.
I can see the information, 4012, yes.
Not
So
yet. You're
so
still
you can
showing
see
We only
the-
see your PowerPoint right now, Jerry.
Okay, I got you. Okay, then let me do this then, stand by. Let me go to what they call option number 2. And let me see if I can open this bad boy up. Here we go. All right, John, can you see it now?
No.
No, it's just your PowerPoint presentation.
When you click on your link, you have to change the window you're sharing.
Yeah, and I'm not technologically savvy, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and abort, and we're going to go back to my PowerPoint, and we will address that later. What's that one line in the movie? A man has got to know his limitations. All right, so stand by, folks. Okay, so back to the 4012 again. We'll show that later, but not right now. So again, this is your go-to document, one of your go-to documents. And this is an important point. We mentioned what is called scope of service. You're going to get taxpayers ask you to prepare a return. Once you go through the materials, sometimes you're going to have to confer with the site coordinator or the assistant, and you're going to come up with a decision. You know something? We can't help you today. And so very politely, you're going to say, here's the scope of service. I will typically show the taxpayer in this 4012 scope of service, your particular return, the fact pattern. We are unable to assist you. And then, of course, again, that begs the question, well, what do I do now? You can go out into the world and you can find yourself a paid practitioner. And we'll talk about this. There's a couple of societies. One is the California Society of Tax Consultants. The other one is the California Society of Enrolled Agents. But there are opportunities. And then, of course, people will say, well, they're going to charge. And yeah, they are going to charge. And that's what you do. There are some tax practitioners that will prepare returns for free. And that's a pro bono service that they offer. But there's not a lot of them. And we will talk about in this class about the low income tax clinic. That's something we'll address. Okay, moving on. Publication 4053. This is a document that we post at the VITA site. And what it is we're going to provide the service for qualified taxpayers, regardless of religion, race, gender, all of that. And so we post this, and again, if a taxpayer qualifies, then we're going to assist them. Now, if you have a taxpayer that comes in and they're qualified and they're very disruptive, they're using profanity, they're making threats, well, that's when the site coordinator steps in, or the person who is in charge, and they will tell the person, you know, this is not going to work out for you or us, so we're going to have to ask you to leave. That rarely happens. I think I've done that twice in the 30 years that I've been involved in VITA. Typically, most people are very happy, they're appreciative, and they will do what we ask of them. Here's another publication, the 4299, and this is a document that talks about privacy. And so in the program, a lot of people, they're going to share with you a lot of different details. They're going to share details regarding obviously their address, their social security number, their bank account for direct deposit or direct debit. And so what we tell people is we want to keep everything private. We want to keep things secure. That way people have confidence in the program. And so you'll hear about this all the time. Okay, moving on. So we've got another publication. It's called the Training Guide. It's the publication 4491. I think it's useful. Now, I just happen not to use it. I've used it in the past, but I currently don't. It doesn't make it bad, but it is an opportunity for you to get in there and to look at fact patterns and prepare returns for practice. And then what happens is every year there are updates. And so what's happening now, the IRS is preparing these updates, and it's called the 4491 X as an X-ray. And you're going to have updates in the law because you have obviously legislation that passes. And think about any law, whether it passes at the city level, the county level, the state level, or the federal level. So you have a law that passes. Well, guess what? You got to write regulations. And sometimes those regulations, they don't take days to write. They may take months, and in some cases, it's a year. And so what happens is things are going to come out, and those things may be what we call a revenue ruling or a revenue procedure, or maybe a treasury regulation. So some of that stuff will come out later. And then the software. If you're not a software person, meaning like an engineer, most of us are not. All we know is we turn on our computer and we use the software. And so what happens is the folks who actually, and I'll try to find the right word, program the software. Sometimes what happens is the software does not do what it should in certain cases. I bumped into the TaxSlayer Pro, which we use. I bumped into that a few times, and I've called the software company and said, hey, I'm trying to use your software and it doesn't work. And of course, what I do, I sit down with a piece of paper or a form, and I will try to calculate something, and the software is calculating something different. So I'll do it a couple, 3 or 4 times. And okay, I think I'm right. I call the software company and say, hey, I think you guys are wrong. And then they get back to me in a couple of days and say, Jerry, yeah, you're right. Our engineers or our software people, they didn't program it correctly. And guess what? I mean, you can get frustrated about it, but that has happened a number of times in the VITA program. And if it happens, and what happens, we notify the software folks. But anyway, there are updates that are occurring all the time. And so that 4491, it will tell you about most likely most of the updates. And then when we bump into something that is weird, like my former boss used to say, then what we're going to do is we're going to ask questions. We're going to stay on top of weird, and we're going to get some type of information from our IRS representative, or sometimes the IRS will release information, and we'll share that with our volunteers. And so I guess the thing is, you can use these documents. Don't get frustrated because there are changes. There's always going to be changes, and we're gonna react to those changes as best we can. All right, next we have another publication, the 4836. It talks about the various programs. And again, these programs are free to qualified taxpayers. qualified taxpayers. And then if you're new, you want to key in on the next one. There is a publication, and this is something that's actually embedded in what we call Link and Learn, which we're going to talk about today. And the publication 4961, it's a multi-page document. And what it is, it talks about the standards of conduct. So this is the first certification you have to go through. And so I always tell people you can read this document from page to page, but typically you're going to spend maybe less than an hour with the document, and then you're going to take that certification, which takes about 10 minutes, and then that's what is called the ethics portion. And so there are ethics if you are an accountant or if you're in a line of work. You know there's always ethics. If you violate ethics, then what happens is sometimes you get a slap on the wrist, sometimes you get terminated. In the VITA program, the vast majority of our volunteers are ethical. The ones who are not, well, what we do is we just say, thanks for volunteering, you got to go now. But again, our volunteers are ethical. I've seen this maybe 2 or 3 times in 30 years where people were not ethical, and they simply are told to leave the site. The publication 5101, this is something that you want to really spend some time on, because if you have ever conducted an interview, and I'm going to conclude probably the vast majority of everybody on this call has either interviewed someone or they've been interviewed. And when you conduct a tax interview, it's the same thing. There's a lot. We have an intake sheet, which we're going to talk about, and conducting the interview and conducting what we call quality review is important. And you want to know the right questions to ask. You want to be able to guide the taxpayer. Time's important. And so if someone, and I do this, sometimes people kind of get off the rails and they're talking for 20 or 30 minutes and it has nothing to do with taxes. Sometimes what you got to do, you got to guide them back. And so the intake and interview sheet that we use is the way to do it. So what that means is the taxpayers we have to be trained on using that intake and interview sheet. Accountants will call that a lead sheet. We call it the intake and interview and quality review sheet, but there's training for it. So anything that you're asked to do, you're going to be trained. There's publications that you will refer to. And then there's another publication, it's called the 5166, and these are what are called the site requirements. And this is something that we all do. You may not be aware of all these particular site requirements. We'll just kind of run through them so you have just an idea of what this is. So everybody at the site is going to be certified. So let's say, for example, you're going to be making photocopies, and you're going to be, I don't know, making coffee, or maybe running for lunch, or maybe even a greeter. You're still going to be certified if you have what is called taxpayer contact. And so that means that certification would be ethics test and that intake and interview. Everybody's going to be certified. And if you're a preparer, I think Fred will agree with me, we're going to have everybody be certified at the advanced level. And I recognize there's going to be some exceptions to that. So certification is important. Everybody goes through it, to include me. I bumped into really smart people in the past. I bumped into an accountant one time. He goes, Jerry, I'm a smart guy. I said, yeah, sure. He goes, I want to volunteer. Fantastic. You got to certify. He goes, well, I'm a certified public accountant. I said, that's great. I'm an IRS agent. We still have to certify. And then the next thing we have to do is we have to utilize that intake and interview. We do have a sheet that we use from the IRS, and the IRS allows what are called supplemental or additional interview sheets. And it doesn't duplicate the information. There's additional information that are asked for. And the church has used that in the past. So we do have the intake process. And then what we do, and again, this is the general rule. And here's another thing you're going to learn in the tax world. The general rule is this, and then there are exceptions to the general rule. The way I like to teach it is think about California. In the state of California, the general rule is if you want to be a licensed attorney, you go to college, you go to law school, you sit for and pass the bar examination, and then now you're a licensed attorney. That's the general rule. Here's the exception in California. In the state of California, you do not need to go to college. You do not need to go to law school, but you do have to study under an attorney, and you must take the bar examination to be a licensed attorney. So that's an example of an exception to the general rule. You will see that time and time again in the tax world. And so back to the photo. So generally what we're going to ask for is a photo ID, which would be, most people have a driver's license, a state identification card, or maybe a military ID, but we're going to ask for photo ID. And in the past, we've taken a photocopy of that. And then we also ask for what is called a taxpayer identification number. Most people have a social security number. Some people will have what is called an ITIN, which we're going to talk about. That's an individual taxpayer identification number. And then some of the kids that we will be dealing with, they will have an adoption taxpayer identification number. So people will have some type of identification number. And then another requirement is reference material to include the publication 4012. This is all going to be, the 4012 will be the hard copies. We'll have them at the site. And then we will have obviously computers with our access to other IRS reference material. And then that volunteer agreement, we talk about that in detail. Every volunteer is going to certify at some level in the IRS Link and Learn program. And then a volunteer agreement, which is an IRS form 13615, that will be printed out by the volunteer. It'll be electronically signed or hard copy signed by the volunteer. And then that volunteer agreement will be given to, for St. Killian's, either Fred Ramos or Emily Itak or Jerry Muir. And then of course, sometimes we're going to get electronically, sometimes we're going to get a hard copy, but we need that before you start volunteering. So if you came to me and say, hey, Jerry, I'm a new volunteer. Thank you for volunteering. I'm going to ask you, have your agreement, and do you have some type of photo ID so I can check out who you are? Okay, great. Okay, thanks. And then we put that in archives, and we'll post you to a particular assignment. Another quality site requirement is the timely filing of returns. This typically is not an issue because once we prepare a return, it's going to be reviewed. And our goal is to get that thing filed as soon as possible. Most of them are electronically filed. And so we do have that electronic return originator. Right now it's a he. He'll press the button after he looks at a few things, and the return goes off to the IRS eventually. And we want to do that typically within a day. And sometimes if we're at the site on a Saturday, there's no expectation that we're going to do that on Saturday night. And there may be no expectation we're going to do it on Sunday, but certainly on the next business day, Monday, yeah, it's got to be filed. And then we do have the civil rights poster. Again, we do have what is called, we do discriminate at the site. I'll use that word. But the discrimination is you have to be a qualified taxpayer. If you're not qualified, which means you're out of scope, then yeah, we will discriminate against you. But again, that's if you look in Webster's dictionary, you do discriminate. Everybody discriminates. You go to a restaurant, you have a discriminating taste. So anyway, you got to be qualified. But otherwise, it doesn't matter who you are when you walk into the site. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Doesn't matter what your religion is. Doesn't matter what your race is. We're going to help you out. But again, if you're a qualified customer, you have to be qualified within scope. And then other things that this is something that the site coordinator and Fred and Emily is concerned about. We have what is called a site identification number, an SIDN. And that SIDN is going to appear in the software, and it will also appear when the tax return is printed out, because we give a courtesy copy to the taxpayer. And what the IRS does is when we file returns, either electronically or in some cases a hard copy, the IRS then captures that data, the number of returns that we filed. And typically it's done electronically because most returns are filed electronically. And then we have what is called electronic filing identification number. And that's something the site coordinator and the assistant will worry about. And that will also appear in the software. And we have to use the EFIN that's been assigned to us. And then we also have security of documents, security of passwords, and that's going to be attended to by a number of folks to include Steve, or IT guy, your site coordinator, assistant site coordinator. So we don't want documents kind of hanging around. We don't want people leaving computers, taking a break, and leaving the computer up and running, and where someone can get in there and manipulate data or obtain data. So that's important. So these are what we call the site requirements. And when the IRS comes out to review the site, the employee will go through these various site requirements to make sure that we're adhering to these site requirements. And then the last one, it's called the alternate filing models. There are many different types of models. The model that we use at the church, we're going to use two of them. We're going to use the face-to-face, where a client comes in, meets with one of our volunteers, the return is prepared, and generally the taxpayer then walks out with a hard copy, and we tell them, hey, we're going to e-file for you. And then the other method we're going to use is called drop-off, which means a client will come in, they'll have documents filled out, that intake sheet. We'll either make copies, probably make copies of their originals, and then that goes into essentially a file, which will be then scanned, uploaded to a cloud, a secured cloud, where we will have our volunteers, our selected and designated volunteers, go to that cloud and then review the documents and then prepare a return. So those are the two methods that we're going to use. Okay, let's see here. Any questions about that previous slide?
Hey, Jerry. Jerry.
Yes.
Yeah, just want to pass a word to everybody else that those who would like to find more about St. Kilian VITA, we have at St. Kilian starting this afternoon. Actually, you have it last week. A recruiting booth for anyone who have questions and concerns about joining, or maybe any questions about VITA that we offer at St. Kilian. We planning table at each mass is starting this afternoon again, and also the whole Sunday tomorrow, and it will be manned accordingly with our VITA volunteers. And certainly, if you are welcome to come over or drop by if you have any questions or informations or any concerns you have about St. Kilian VITA, we will be more than happy to assist you and get you the right process or information you may need to know. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good point. If you're new to VITA, like anything, you know, it can be a little intimidating. It can be a little frustrating, but this is something to kind of put in the back of your mind. You're going to go through all of the training. You've got experienced folks, like you've got, I'll pick on John, for example. You got John Nagy. He's a really sharp guy. He's an enrolled agent, and he volunteers. You got Emily, she's a CTEC preparer. So you got all these people who are willing to help you and able to help you. And so you're not going to be alone in this process. And again, we have 100% review. So if you prepare a return and you say, well, I'm not quite sure, someone else then will sit down and review that return. So you're going to be okay. You will be okay. And I always tell people, if you're brand new to the tax world and you start preparing returns, usually after about maybe 10 of them, you're going to feel really comfortable preparing the return, and you're going to get practice in using the software. We've got references. We're going to go through some examples. So I think at the end of this training, we've got 4 sessions. I think you're going to have some, a real good base, and then there's additional training that we offer in January.
Yeah, additionally, we want to make sure everybody knows that we're going to have franchise tax board training also coming in January.
Yeah, and that's important because when you're talking about VITA, it's both the federal and the state. And typically what happens is the state return, of course, it's generated, and sometimes we have to go into the software and we have to make changes to the state return to make sure it's accurate. But yeah, like I say, it's all doable. This is not rocket science. It's tax, and the vast majority of the returns that we prepare are doable. And most of the issues that we bump into, we're able to handle. Okay, I think, Fred, I think this is a good point. And Steve, stay on the line if you will. It's 9:58. Why don't we take 10 minutes? All right, so I'll see everybody back at 10:08. And then Steve, question for you. Are you still there, Steve?
Steve had to leave. Steve had to leave. Jerry.
John,
Yeah.
Well, you're a smart guy. I'll ask you.
Yeah.
So what I want to do, I got the publication 4012, and I'm going to see if I can upload it. First of all, let me see if I can find it. Here we go. And so let's see if I can stop sharing. Let me stop sharing and see if I can upload it. All right, John, can you see the 4012 now?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
Ah, that was too easy. All right, John, thank you. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Hey, Jerry, it's Phil.
Yes, Bill.
Hey, you have the ability to mute everybody, right?
Yeah, that was gonna be the next
You
point.
know, I believe I do. What tab is that?
Jerry, why don't you just make me the co-host and then I can do it for you?
There you go.
All right, hold on, John. Don't go away. Let me
Okay.
come up here and let me find where I can make you the co-host. I'm looking.
Go to participants and then select his participant line, and there's an option there to make co-host.
All right, participant, thank you. And let's see, let me go to John. Here we go, John. Okay. Oops.
John, you might want to periodically just mute everybody because people tend to unmute themselves if they don't put that on.
I agree, Scott. Yeah. I'll just mute,
John?
mute everyone and then Jerry will be, and then Jerry, I'll just unmute Jerry to get,
Yeah,
so we
that's
don't
the
cut him
issue.
off.
Well, he has to unmute himself. If you mute everybody, he'll have to unmute himself, but he won't know when you did it. So you ought to do it everybody individually, I guess.
Okay.
All right, so John, I've made you the co-host, so you should have the abilities to do what you need to do.
But I've been there. You mute all and it takes out the host.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about John having the ability to be the co-host. So John, do you have that ability now?
Yeah,
Let me see here. I don't see myself
doesn't
as,
say so yet.
doesn't say that I'm a host.
I made you a co-host. If I make you the host, does that mean you, yeah, I think it's just co-host. So here we go,
No,
make co-host. I
if you
click on
make him the
that.
host, you will become a co-host.
There,
we go.
okay, there we go.
So John, I've made you the co-host. So I'm going to take my break now. You work your magic and you let me know if success is in order. All right, be back in a little bit.
Hey, Jerry, I have to sign
Yes,
off.
Fred,
I have to sign up as we discussed. I have to take my son.
you have fun and have a great birthday.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Hi, Fred.
Bye, Scott.
Jerry, I have a quick question, if you don't mind.
This is Jerry. Who's that?
Damian Thomas, I'm new. My wife and I are new this year. If I think this might be for the site coordinator instead, Fred, but we have prior commitments on a couple of weekends during this January 28th to April 15th. We're allowed to skip one, 2 or 3, right? If we can't make it.
Sure. If you have a higher calling, yeah, then by all means. All we ask is just let the site coordinator or excuse me, or the assistant site coordinator know that you're going to be gone that particular weekend.
Sounds great. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Jerry, this is Barbara Harris. Can you hear me?
Hi, Barbara.
Hi, I have a question on the 4012. I was in an IRS tax layer phone conference last week, and IRS brought up the fact that the IRS is going to limit the printing of the 4012s this year. And then I also had a phone conversation with Christine this week, who told me that they have not submitted any of our orders for publications because they're going to limit how many we can have. Have you heard anything about that? Because I use the 4012 in my training classes.
Yes, I have heard of that. I don't know any of the particulars. I do know, though, in years past, and it'll probably be the same this year, a lot of times sites have extras. Like, for example, the Orange County United Way, they will order a bulk order, and then typically they have sufficient 4012s to go around. So I don't want to sound like a Pollyanna, but I don't know if that's going to be an issue. I just don't.
Okay, I would hope not, because I think that the IRS this year did one fantastic job on the 4012. As far as line by line, what's in scope, what's out of scope, how to get it into tax layer. I mean, it's a working document this year.
I agree. I think there's a lot of good things about the 4012 over the years. So.
Right,
All
and
right.
this year especially, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
well, I'm hoping, Christine has not submitted our order yet. We have 26 counselor volunteers, and I have a total of 40 volunteers in my program, 42 this year. So I don't want to have to print these things.
I don't blame you. All
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Good deal, Barbara. Good deal.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going to jump back into it, and I'm just going to confirm again with John, our smart guy. John, can you see the 4012 on the screen?
Yep. I
Great.
can see it.
So-
And I've
so what I
got
want-
some, Jerry, I've got some messages, people that somehow the settings got changed that no one can send chats to the entire group. I'm trying to figure out how to fix that.
Okay.
And I think I've gotten I'm getting chats about people wanting me to send them the copy of the slides, and I think I've added them all, but they're coming so fast.
If you click on the shield button on the bottom row, usually that option is in there.
Oh, the security button. So
Yeah.
it goes.
If it's not there, it's in the 3 dots of the bottom right-hand corner of the participants or the chat boxes.
Okay.
All right, John, we're going to jump into it now.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead. Go ahead,
here
Jerry.
we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned the 4012, and I don't know if you just heard the conversation I had with Barbara from AERP, but the 4012 for this year, like all the other years, it's been revised. It looks pretty good. I took a couple looks at it. It's a good product, but this is what you need to know about the 4012. The 4012 is updated every year. There is a team of IRS employees that get together and they review the tax law, they review the body of tax law, and they make the appropriate changes. There are enormous resources that go into revising the 4012. I used to be on the 4012 team, and again, it's just a long process. Keep in mind, like anything, I haven't met any product that's perfect in the IRS, but this is a pretty good one. So you will find issues from time to time, and that's just going to happen. But this is a pretty good product. This will walk you through or take you through not only the tax law that you need to be aware of, but also the software that we use, which is called Tax Slayer Pro. So let me just go ahead and give you a quick introduction. Again, this is for VITA, also used by AERP folks. And let me show you the table of contents. This is our standards of conduct. This is all of the things that you've got to do. And we're going to talk about that when we talk about the publication, the form 13615. So let's go to the table of contents. This is a big one, that scope of service, which starts on page 6 and ends on page 20. And this is something that your site coordinator or your assistant site coordinator will refer to most likely on a regular basis, because you're going to get those taxpayers who will come in and say, hey, I got this. And we're going to say, wait a second, hold on. And we'll go to the 4012 and say, this is outside the scope of service. And then again, we'll tell them, we can't help you. You have some options, and those options include seeking a paid professional, and in some cases, going to what is called a low-income tax clinic, where you have attorneys, enrolled agents, and CPAs who will prepare returns either for free or at a reduced rate. And then you have what are called legislative extenders. And this is just something, it's part of the world, you just have to deal with it. And you can get frustrated, but it's not going to change anything. The tax law continues to change. And sometimes, like for example, we saw a couple of years ago, Congress passed a law and they said, you know something, the first $10,200 of unemployment compensation is not going to be taxed. And they did that, if I remember correctly, like in the middle of the season. And so that created a lot of issues. So you're going to see that. And we also have what are called legislative extenders, which means you have federal legislation, and then that legislation sometimes is allowed to sunset or expire. And other times Congress says, you know, we're going to go ahead and extend that. And so that's going to happen. So you see that in the extender section. And then tab A, and we get your hard copy. This is going to make sense because you're going to have actual tabs that you can refer to. This is who must file a return. And there's a lot of details here, but this is something, and we'll talk about it later in this session. But the bottom line is, when people come to the VITA site, the vast majority of them either want to file or they have to file. And in some cases, you have people that do not have a filing requirement. This is the way I'm going to run things at St. Killian's, unless Fred changes my mind. If someone does not have a filing requirement, we're going to tell them, you don't have a filing requirement. If they want to file the return, okay, we'll file the return for them, which means they're not going to be getting a refund. They're not going to owe anything. But I always tell people, if there's action that the government does not want you to take, I'm not going to take that action. I'm not going to waste my time. But again, most people either must file or want to file because they want to get that refund. And then starting to return, we're going to go through this when we practice returns. But there's a lot of issues with what are called filing statuses. And the reason filing status is so important is because when you look at individual income tax, there's two things that you'll see on a tax table. You'll see filing status and taxable income. And that's why filing status, or determining filing status, is so important. Probably the most challenging one we have is probably the head of household filing status, which we're going to discuss in a little bit. And then tab C is dependents. If you're over age 25, which I think most of us on the call are, we're probably familiar with the old rules where a dependent allowed that taxpayer to take essentially reduce their taxable income by a certain amount, because there's a dollar figure associated with the dependent. Well, under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, that went away. But the reason we're still concerned about dependents is because there are tax credits associated with either a qualifying child or a qualifying relative. And then this is a big one, tab D. You'll spend a lot of time in tab D as in Delta, because it talks about what's taxed in part, and what's not taxable. And so again, you'll spend a lot of time, and every time I do this, whether I'm a volunteer or a site coordinator, I spend a lot of time referring to tab Delta, because again, there's just a lot of information in tab B regarding income. And then I always tell people, this is what I know. I don't know everything, but I know that you have 3 types of taxpayers, and sometimes a taxpayer will be all 3. You have wage earners, you have self-employed individuals, and you have investors. I can't think of another taxpayer. And so sometimes when they come to our site, they're all 3. Sometimes they're just a wage earner. Sometimes they're self-employed. Sometimes they're just an investor. And Tab Delta then will walk you through where you need, once you identify that's a taxable event, where to go in the software to actually make those entries. And we do spend a little time talking about the Schedule C. We do help out Schedule C folks. Of course, there are limitations, which means they have to qualify. And we'll get into that later in our sessions. Some new things, we'll talk about new things throughout the class. For example, the Form 1099-K, which is an information return. The requirements in tax year 2022, they've changed, which we're going to talk about. And then this is something a lot of people, their head spins around and they go, well, what do I do here? It's called capital gains, and we'll discuss this in detail. But when you hear the term capital gains, all you got to remember is you have what is called a capital asset. And if you have a capital asset, an example would be shares in a corporation that you are a shareholder in, or maybe your personal residence that you own. Those are two examples of capital assets. When you have a capital asset and then you sell, the IRS uses the term dispose of that capital asset, then it may trigger a gain or a loss. And in the software, we're going to show you how easy it is to report the sales proceeds, the cost of that particular asset, and then the corresponding gain or loss. And then we will learn about what are called short-term and long-term capital losses, which is something you don't have to get super excited about right now, but you do want to know that the difference between short and long-term, there are preferential tax rates associated with long-term capital gains. And then we do talk about the sale of a house. For some people, this is a very simple undertaking. For others, it can be a very complex undertaking. And so I'm not going to diminish sale of a home. I actually had a client I helped with the sale of a home, and it was a major undertaking, both for her and for me. But for a lot of our taxpayers who qualify, this is not a bridge too far, as you can say. And then things that you're going to see a lot at the St. Killian's VITA site, because we do have a lot of seniors, you're going to have folks who have Social Security. You're also going to have folks that have some type of retirement. And Social Security, of course, is evidenced by that SSA 1099. And then the retirement will be evidenced by a 1099-R. Those are called information returns, and we're going to spend a lot of time about that. We will get into this discussion of the simplified method, and this is what you need to know right now. When you're talking about the simplified method, it simply means certain taxpayers, not all of them, but certain taxpayers, they have some type of retirement and they have contributed to that retirement, or they have what is called a cost, or what we say in the accounting world, a basis in that retirement. And if that's the case, what happens is a portion of that monthly or yearly distribution is not subject to income tax. We'll show you the simplified method in the training. And let's see, a couple of other things before we go to our next topic. We will talk about adjustments to income. Typically, we see educator expenses and some other adjustments we're going to talk about. And then we're going to spend a lot of time in this class over the next 4 sessions talking about credits. And when you hear the term credit, it simply means you've got either a refundable or non-refundable credit. Non-refundable credits are a dollar for dollar reduction of the tax. Refundable credits means they may not have any tax whatsoever, but they can get money back. And the big one is the earned income tax credit. So we talk about these various credits. And we see a lot of that at the VITA site. Deductions, we're going to go through what is called the standard deduction, and then we will talk about the itemized deductions. And what that means is for tax year 2022, just like the other tax years, the general rule is you're going to take either a standard deduction or an itemized deduction, and the general rule is whichever is greater. And then I think that's all I want to go through right now, but you kind of see the idea. The publication 4012, it is packed with information. It will refer you to various tabs, and you'll spend some time reviewing the publication 4012. And I refer to it every time I go to a VITA site, because I always get that question, Jerry, what page is this? What is this? I'm thinking, I can't remember all this stuff. So I go to the 4012. So the key is bring your 4012 with you once you get the hard copy. If you don't want to use the hard copy, then we'll have it available on the various computers that we have, and we can refer to it. What I like to do, because I'm not a youngster anymore, I like to have a hard copy paper, and I make pen and ink changes, and I write stuff in my 4012 all the time. So anyway, that's the 4012. That's a quick intro. We will come back this time and time again, but this is something that you will refer to. Let me get to the front page here. Kind of burn that into your memory. So this is the document. And again, we will spend a lot of time referring to this document. All right, any questions about the 4012 in general?
Just a quick question. Will we be allowed to bring like a tablet with it digitally, have a digital copy with us?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can download it. And I mean, what I do is I bring my computer with me, and I'll download a bunch of documents. And so if someone asks me that question, I'm thinking, I don't remember, I'll go to whatever document I need to go to, and I'll just pop it up on my computer. Yeah. Or of course, we'll have access to the internet, and I'll speak for the IRS. The FTB, we'll have to get into that because there's a little difference. But the IRS, these documents are available. They're all free, and you can find them typically with a couple keystrokes. The FTB, now there's nothing wrong with the FTB, but the Franchise Tax Board, in some cases, you'll try to obtain a document and they'll say, send us an email and we'll send it to you. Now, I've done that a bunch of times, and the FTB, it's a couple extra steps. They will send it to me electronically, and typically they'll send it to me the same day, in some cases the same hour. But again, just a little difference there. All right, anything else before we jump into back to our slide? And John, if you can let me know if you can see the slide deck, my PowerPoint slide deck.
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into other resources. And this is something that may apply to certain volunteers. I know we have some that are what are called tax practitioners or paid tax practitioners. And so when you hear that term, it simply means those individuals, they may be working part-time or full-time as a tax person and then charging their clients. And there are different types. We're going to talk about just a few, or maybe not all of them. There's certain other ones, but the ones that you're going to bump into. You have what are called the CTEC registered tax preparers. And what that means is you've got an individual who wants to be a tax practitioner. And this is probably the quickest way if you choose to become a practitioner. Now, of course, you can't charge our clients at the VITA site, but we recognize there are certain people that are also tax professionals, and they work during the week as a practitioner. So the CTEC folks, what they do is they have to take qualifying education, and they can do that online. They can do that taking a college course. And then once they obtain qualifying education, then they'll go to the electronically, they'll go to CTEC. They'll provide CTEC with a surety bond that the tax practitioner purchases. They provide CTEC with fingerprints. And then of course they have to pay a fee for the actual certificate to be a registered tax preparer. And then yes, CTEC then gets a copy of their qualifying education. And once they have all of that, then CTEC designates that individual as a registered tax preparer. And then of course, every year they have to have what is called continuing education. And there's various ways you can become a CTEC preparer if you choose. Again, online is one way to do it, or just go to a college that has a qualifying education course, and you can do that. For enrolled agents, those are folks, there's two ways to become an enrolled agent. One, you can work for the Internal Revenue Service for 5 years in what they call a professional or paraprofessional capacity. And then once you separate or retire, then you can ask the IRS for that enrolled agent designation. And then of course, what you do then is you do have to maintain continuing education. That's one way to become an enrolled agent. The other way is you study for a while, and it's probably not a few days, it's probably multiple weeks, maybe even a month or two. And then you register and sit for the enrolled agents examination, which you have to pay a fee for. And then once you pass the examinations, then you're designated an enrolled agent. And then another way, certified public accountant, those are the folks, they typically will get an accounting degree. And then of course they take the tests, and then they work for an accountant, and they're designated a certified public accountant. And then you have attorneys, And I don't see a lot of practitioners that are attorneys, but they're certainly out there. And some people just refer to them as tax attorneys. But again, that would be another type of practitioner. And then when you're talking about tax returns in the VITA program, we focus only on the 1040 and the 540. We don't do other returns. There are many different types of tax returns. And so it's a very narrow focus. If you're a practitioner, of course, you may prepare other types of returns. And then if you're a practitioner and you volunteer in the VITA program, you can earn up to 18 continuing education hours. So what that means is you have to provide your volunteer agreement. You have to fill that out. You have to put down your CPA number. If you're an enrolled agent, your enrolled agent number. If you're a CTEC person, you got to put down that number on that volunteer agreement that you give to the site coordinator. And then you can earn up to 18 hours. If you're a CPA, which I'm not, if you're an attorney, which I'm not, you got to check with your accountancy board or the state bar regarding this continuing education credits you can get working as a VITA volunteer. Okay, any questions about practitioners, which again, we don't charge in the VITA program, but we do have practitioners that help out. All right, moving on. So then site operations and when you look at a VITA site, yes, volunteers and people are helping each other. There has to be a flow, there has to be organization. And so that doesn't mean the coordinator or the assistant site coordinator are running around like a chicken with their head cut off. What we do is we have a flow, we have a process, we have volunteers, we assign them certain positions. And we may have a volunteer who's highly experienced and we'll say, hey, we want you to be the quality reviewer. And then sometimes we'll change positions, but again, we have a way of doing business at the site. We want it to be obviously dignified. We don't want a zoo. We want people to follow the process. And usually it goes really good. I know the parking lot thing we had for a couple of years, that went very well. And in the building, it'll be a little different because we've been out of the building because of COVID. But again, we've got a way of operating the site. And so what that means is whether I'm there or Emily is there, whoever is in charge, they're the folks who will be making those changes with the various volunteers. So for example, maybe you haven't passed the basic test in VITA, but you still want to volunteer. Well, we'll welcome you. And of course, you have to be certified at the ethics level at a minimum, most likely the intake and interview. And then we can utilize you in some capacity. And then, of course, hopefully you're going to certify basic and advanced so you can prepare returns. The next publication, the 5683, is the handbook. And the old booklet, which is the IRS Form 1082, is gone. It no longer is published. And so now there's a new handbook. Partners, for example, St. Killian's Church is a partner with United Way. And then we've got site coordinators, and typically at most sites, you have at least a site coordinator, and in some cases, an assistant site coordinator, because sometimes the site coordinator is going to be gone, and then the assistant will jump in the role. And then at other sites, you might have a second assistant site coordinator. So it just depends on the flow, it depends on the demand for services. But you do have, again, a leadership structure in place. So someone is there, as they say, to call the shots. This is something, if you haven't seen this publication, you probably want to make a written note to yourself. It's called the Form 6744. And the 6744, available, of course, on the IRS website. It's called the test retest. And this is what I do. This is my recommendation. Everybody's going to do what they're going to do. But when I certify, I'll go ahead and open up my 6744. I will go ahead and read the questions, the test questions, and then I'll look up the answers. If I don't know them, I'll populate the 6744 with a pen or a pencil. And then I'll open up my Link and Learn, which is the electronic product. And then I will go to the certification and I will go ahead and plug in the answers, then hit submit. And then that works for me. If you want to do it a different way, then so be it. But that's the way I do it. And that way I have my answers. and I'll have the reference, the page number or the publication number where I looked up the answer. And I find that to be really helpful. And I'm going to call on one of our volunteers who did this last year. How about, well, let's see. How about Adela? Adela, are you with us? Can you come off mute, Adela? And if not, let's
Is
go
that
to-
better?
Oh yeah, we can hear you now. So Adela, what method do you use to take the certifications?
I go through the test booklet and I write down my answers, and then I go to the test and transfer the answers.
Okay, so the same method that I use?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. And again, I think it works for me, and it certainly works for Adela. So I would recommend you do that. I think it's helpful. And that way you've got your answers, and you've got, and I'll usually jot down again what page I find the answer on. All right. And of course, when you're talking about certification, thank you, Della, you do have to do the certification on the Lincoln Learn program, and you get 2 chances. And so this is what I tell my students is who take my VITA 1 class at Coastline College. I tell them that you got 2 chances to certify at the basic. You have 2 chances to certify at the advanced level. You can run through the test and then you can fail it. Or what you can do, you can have your publication 4012 and whatever other resources you have, and you can take the test one by one. You can look up the answers, and then that way you're going to be sure that you're going to pass it. I actually had an enroll agent one time, nice guy, really nice guy. He blasted through the basic and he called me up and goes, Jerry, I failed it. I said, yeah, the reason you failed is because you didn't look up the answers. And so that's what you want to do. You want to look up the answers. Think about any line of work that you're in, whether you're a medical doctor, you're an attorney, you're an engineer, or you're a pilot. You have documents that you refer to. If you're a pilot, you got a checklist. If you're a doctor, you're looking at something, maybe you have to reference some type of physician's desk guide or whatever they call it. But same thing in the tax world, you're not going to know this stuff. I know a lot of smart people in the tax world, and I was talking to one smart guy recently, and we were talking about the concept called depreciation. He goes, Jerry, on that particular topic, in that particular form, I have no idea. So again, you got to look it up. So no harm, no foul. But again, if you fail that first one, you want to go back and you want to look up your answers where you did not pass and then take it again. But if you utilize the 6744, if you look up each and every answer you're not sure of, you will pass the certifications. The ones who run through it, and I've done it before. I remember a number of years ago, I blasted through, I think it was the foreign student one. I blasted through and I didn't pass it. I didn't study anything. So the next time I sat down and I referred to my various publications. So I think that's the key. Okay, moving on, the next document. And if you're new, this is something you'll become very familiar with. What we do in the program, we e-file the vast majority of our returns. And some returns, for whatever reason, we can't e-file. And this is what I do, and this is what I'm going to do at St. Killian's. If we can't e-file a return and we attempt to perfect it a couple times and it's just not happening, then we're going to contact the taxpayer and say, make a copy of the courtesy return that we gave you and mail it off to the IRS. That's going to happen from time to time. But again, the vast majority of the returns are going to be e-filed. This is the document that our taxpayers are going to sign. If it's a married filing a joint return, then both the husband and wife will sign it. It's called the Form 8879. And then once a taxpayer signs it, then what we do is we electronically file the return. And you'll become very familiar with that. And then the 8879, it doesn't have all the information that a tax return is going to show, but it shows information like the amount of the refund or the amount that the taxpayer owes. All right, I'm going to go ahead and unstick my screen and we will march on. Okay, and here's a couple of more forms that you're going to get really familiar with. And what I'm going to do is once I go through this, and I'll go ahead and bring these up on the screen so you can have an appreciation. So the next one is the intake and interview and quality review sheet. This changes every year because again, tax law changes every year. And then the IRS, they tinker with the 13614C. Accountants would call this a lead sheet. We just usually call it the intake and interview. And what happens is the taxpayers will complete this document, and we will have some taxpayers who will bring this in and it'll be pre-populated by them, which is great. It's going to save some time. So this is what a preparer would do. The preparer is going to not only ask questions, they're going to review the intake sheet. They're going to look at what we call source documents. They're going to look at information returns, like, for example, the W-2. And then all of that is part of the process of not only intake, but also tax preparation. So once you've got that document, you've perfected that document because you're going to ask follow-up questions, then you're ready to go and you're ready to do what is called tax preparation. And it is available in many different languages. The ones that we will probably use the most will be English and Spanish. And if you don't speak Spanish, okay, you don't speak Spanish. We have people who speak Spanish. We have people who speak different languages. And in some cases, we reach out telephonically to someone who knows a language. I think one year, a lady came in, she was a Russian speaker. I called a Russian speaker that I know, and I said, "Hey, can you help interpret?" She was also a volunteer, and so we have that capability. But typically, it's going to be English and Spanish that we use, and they're color coded, and so the taxpayers will use those, and they'll complete those particular forms. And of course, this is non-negotiable. They have to complete it. We do have what are called local sheets. And St. Killian's has had a local sheet in the past, and we most likely will have a local sheet, which means the taxpayer will fill out the intake and interview, and then we'll have a local sheet that will be filled out either by a greeter or, in some cases, the taxpayer. And then this is the next form that everybody is going to be familiar with. And if you're brand new, then you'll see this in Link and Learn, and we're going to go through it in detail. It's called the agreement, or the Voluntary Standards of Conduct Agreement. It's a 2-page document. On page 1, it'll have the information about standards of conduct. And then on page 2, it has your information. And this is something that we ask when you complete this. And again, it'll be done electronically. We want to capture the spelling of your name, first and last. We want to have a phone number because we need to contact you. Email's great, but sometimes people don't check their email, so we'll call you. So we want an email, we want a telephone number, and the correct spelling of your name. And then on page 2, when you certify, the document, the 13615, will have a little check mark for your certifications. And some people will certify just at the basic level. I had people in the past who certify at every level possible. And so again, this is what you're going to use. And when you complete this, there are 3 people you want to give it to. And you don't have to give 3 copies. You just want to find one of us at the site. Fred Ramos, you want to either email or provide him a hard copy, or Jerry Muir or Emily. And once we get that, we're going to have an archive of 13615. We're going to make sure we certify you, photo ID, and then you're good to go. You're ready to work. And you can print this right from the Link and Learn website. So you want to make sure before you show up, have that completed, bring your ID with you, and then we'll put you to work in some capacity. And then the 14446, this is a virtual form. It's used for drop-off and for other types of models. So for St. Killian's, what we're going to do is we're going to have that face-to-face that we talked about. And then we're also going to have drop-off. So customers will come in and say, you know, I don't want to stay for the whole thing. I just want to drop my stuff off. And we'll say, okay, so we're going to go ahead and collect copies of their source documents that they bring, their information returns like the W-2. And then we're also going to have them complete the form 14446. And then what happens is we collect all that. We make sure they're good to go. They have the intake form that they complete. We say, okay, we've got everything we need. And then the taxpayer leaves. And then we're going to prepare that return either that day or our virtual team will complete it. And then what happens is the taxpayer typically will come back the next week and say, okay, I'm back. And we'll say, okay, sign the 8879. And here's a copy, a courtesy copy of your returns. And then you're good to go. And then they sign the 8879, they leave, and then we e-file the return either that day or the next business day. And then the next document, and this is something that I've referred to a number of times, the instructions to the Form 1040 or 1040 SR. In the federal side of the house, you only prepare either a 1040 or the 1040 SR. The software is going to do it for you. SR means senior. And when you look at the 1040 SR, what it is, it's larger font and more pages, but it's the same information. And so again, they're going to get one or the other. The vast majority of our clients are under 65, so usually it's going to be that Form 1040. The state of California does not have a 540 SR. They just have a 540. Okay, so any questions about this? We will jump into the 13614C and the 13615 shortly, but any questions thus far? All right, and we've got no questions. I'm going to see if we can go to one of our folks from last year. And let's see, how about Art? Hi, Art, good morning. Are you with us? I have a softball question, Art.
Unmute, there you go.
Hey, Art, can you share just some real basic information that you're aware of regarding that intake sheet and some of the experiences you had last year?
Yeah, well, the intake sheet is really self-explanatory. When you just go through it, it asks all the questions that you need to ask. And right from the intake sheet, you can determine whether you can do the taxes or not.
Yeah, it's self-explanatory, and that's a good point, Art. It is self-explanatory, and for those taxpayers who are unsure, then they're going to mark unsure. And then what's going to happen is we're going to sit down with them. We're going to ask some questions. We're going to walk through, and we're going to, I use the term perfect. We're going to make sure that's completed.
Yes.
And you know, there are some people out there, and I'm one of them. You talk about a particular topic, I'm saying, I don't know what you're talking about. That's a gap in my knowledge. And we will see this with our volunteers, with our customers. So we're not going to embarrass them. We're simply going to sit down and help them out, ask some questions, because this is an environment we want them to feel comfortable. We want them to have confidence. And so we're there to help them out. And so that's why we've got our professional staff that's certified, ready to go. And a lot of these folks on our staff, they have knowledge. They have worldly knowledge, so they're able to ask the questions and get the answer and perfect that intake sheet. All right.
Yeah, I can't do without it.
Yeah, and then of course we have, like I said, the local sheets that we're going to use. And let's see, let me see if I can call on, how about Scott? Scott, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Scott. I think, Scott, you were one of our virtual preparers last year, right?
That's correct.
Fantastic, fantastic. Scott, what do you remember about that 13615 that you can share with some of our new folks?
Well, there's, as you pointed out, the taxpayer sometimes doesn't understand the questions. One like being, did you participate in a retirement plan? And they don't understand that the intent of the question is something outside of employment. And so they frequently check yes when the answer is no. So that's why you have to talk to the taxpayer. And as you pointed out earlier, you do have to talk to the taxpayer and resolve all the unsures. And basically you got to talk to them, find out if they knew what they were doing when they answered yes or no, because sometimes they don't understand the question.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. And again, this is something you're going to get really familiar with. You're going to feel comfortable using that form. And the IRS has spent a lot of time developing and modifying and updating the intake form. And then one thing that we do talk about in the program, we talk about what are called virtual assets. And so, for example, you might have someone who's purchased a Bitcoin or something like that. and we're going to talk about it, but if you purchase Bitcoin or you're a holder of a virtual asset, we can help you again if you qualify. But if you sell some type of virtual asset, then in the VITA program, we can't help you.
I
And
think
again,
that changed.
what's that?
Yeah, I think that's changing this year. This year, you cannot even possess it.
No, no, for this tax year, you can hold it, you can inherit it, you can transfer, but if you sell virtual assets, we're not gonna be able to help you.
I thought that changed. Okay.
All right, well, you can look up in the 4012, it should be in there.
There you go, 4012, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's what I know. That's what I know.
Yeah.
So again, going to that volunteer standards of conduct agreement, I'm going to show you page 2, which once I show you page 2, you're going to see what it looks like. And again, that's the document. That's once you complete that document, once you complete your certifications, that's the document you bring or you give to Fred, Jerry, or Emily. And again, if you have an electronic copy, that's great. If you have a hard copy, that's great. Either one, we'll take either one. Okay, so John, I'm going to ask you, give me a moment here. I'm going to bring up the intake sheet and let me know when you can see that bad boy on the screen. So give me a moment here.
Could I say one more thing about the intake sheet?
Absolutely.
It's way more basic than what you're talking about. And that's the fact that the intake person and the preparer need to be sure that they make notes on it, if to clarify some things on it, and that it be very legible. And so that when the quality reviewer goes to do it, they know what they're looking at.
Yeah, that's a good point. And is that Adela?
Yes.
All right, that's a really good point. It's a really good point. Give me a moment here. May have to take a break. I am not a computer guy, as you probably have noticed. But hold on, I do have it minimized here. I'm gonna see if I can bring it up. Okay, we'll go with the 13615. What's that saying? Good enough for government work. So John, can you see the 13615?
Not yet.
Was that a yes?
No, cannot.
Oh, you can't see it. All right. Hold on a second. I may have to do this on a break. Okay. Now can you see it, John?
Yes.
All right, great. Okay, so this is the 13615. Again, it's called the Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement. And you can see on this page where it has information regarding the volunteer standards of conduct. This is the first page. And these are basically, this is a low bar. We're going to do this. Our volunteers are good. Some of our volunteers are really good because they're very experienced. But again, we are not going to violate these because we're going to help out our clients. And so we follow the site requirements. We're not going to accept payment. And so when you talk about payment, obviously we're talking cash. If someone says, "Hey, I've got cookies for the crew," okay, fine, well, that's all right. But there's no expectation of payment, and we're not going to accept cash. If somebody wants to donate to the church, then of course there's a process. They, maybe in mass that they donate, or maybe they go to the church office and they give money. But we're not going to accept or solicit donations. And then of course we have a lot of people who are engaged in some type of business. Like, for example, I'm a tax guy, and I am not going to hustle for business at the VITA site. When people ask me, I'll say, go to the California Society of Tax Consultants, go to the California Society of Enrolled Agents. That's where you can find a paid practitioner if you need. And then, of course, we are not going to intentionally file an incorrect return. We do recognize that people make mistakes all the time. And what we do is we fix those mistakes. And that's just going to happen. And then this doesn't happen very often. I think I've seen it maybe 2 times where people intentionally would manipulate the return. And you don't want to do that. That's bad. And those are the people who get chased away from the VITA site. And sometimes bad things happen. So if you make a mistake, it's going to happen, but nothing intentional, nothing intentional. And then the last one, it says professional, courteous, and respectful manner. That's typically what we see. We usually have really good taxpayers, and our volunteers are good about that. And so we just we treat them like my old boss used to say, with dignity and respect. And that way everybody has a great time. They get their return completed, and they feel good about what they're doing. Okay. And the failure to comply, what that means is what the IRS does, if we're not playing ball, the IRS turns off our ability to electronically file, and that's a bad thing. That's only happened one time in the 30 some odd years that I've been involved in VITA, where IRS found out some site was doing bad things and they just turned off the EFIN and they could no longer electronically file. All right, we're going to go to page 2. This is your money slide, if you will. Now, this is something that is going to be, it's going to be populated from the IRS Link and Learn. And so you can see your name is going to be there. And you want to make sure you have your full name, because we have certificates at the end of the year. And so that's important. And then your volunteer position, it could be a quality reviewer, it could be a tax preparer. I don't think we have, other than Fred. Fred is the only current IRS employee we have. So you do have IRS employees that do volunteer. And I'm not going to poke fun at the IRS, but sometimes your volunteers from the IRS are very, very good. And sometimes they know very little about tax. And that's just the way it is, because not every IRS employee is a tax person. Sometimes they work in a different capacity. Like, I knew a guy who was a graphic artist for the IRS, knew nothing about tax. Okay, then also it'll ask for your address, and we want some type of address so we can, if we need to mail you something, and then an email address, business, school, personal, whatever. And then this is something I really ask our folks to do. Provide me, provide Emily, provide Fred with a phone number. I'm also a coordinator at Coastline College, and I ask my students to give me a phone number, and sometimes they won't. And I have to contact them via email, but I'd like a phone number, so if I need to contact you, we can give you a call. Number of years volunteer, it's again, could be 5 years, 10 years. It's going to be in the software. You're going to populate that. Signature, the vast majority of taxpayers will, volunteers will electronically sign. In some cases, they can't sign. And then all we require then is some type of signature. And that would be a ballpoint pen and a piece of paper if need be. And then here is your volunteer levels of certification. And typically what happens is at the St. Killian's VITA site, you'll go through that volunteer standards of conduct. That's going to be your ethics test. And then you take that intake and interview test, which doesn't take that long. I think the volunteer standards takes you maybe 10 or 15 minutes. The intake probably takes you maybe 20 minutes at that. And then you will not take the site coordinator test unless you want to become an assistant site coordinator. If that's the case, then yes, you can read the material and take that. And then our volunteers, and this is what I'm going to ask of the St. Killian volunteers. And this is a request. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But I'm going to ask that you take the basic examination and then move to the advanced. I have found, certainly with my students at Coastline, I have found that if they take the basic and the advanced in that sequence, they're usually pretty sharp. They're ready to go. I've had people who take just the advanced, and I think they miss out on a few things. So I'm going to request you take both the advanced and the basic. And then what happens is in Link and Learn, you see little check marks, or P, I should say, P is in passing, for those particular modules. Now, this is something that we're not going to ask you to do at St. Killian's. We're not going to ask you to go through the military certification. If you want to, okay, that's great, but we're not going to request that. The international certification, we're not going to request that. Puerto Rico, most people just don't do that. We're not going to ask you to do that. And then foreign students, we're not going to ask you to do that. Now, if you're in my Coastline class, you are required to go through the basic, advanced, and military. And then for extra credit, this is my VITA 1 class I teach in January. I require my students to take the international also. But again, that's a certification. So you bring this document, 2-page document. Page 2 has the P for passing for each one of these. And then there's another certification, and this is for what is called the Circular 230 professionals. And so this means if you are subject to Circular 230, which you are if you are a paid practitioner, you can take the Circular 230 test. And if you do, then that essentially qualifies you to become a volunteer at St. Killian's and also prepare returns. I recommend if you are one of these professionals, a CPA or an enrolled agent, CTEC member, I recommend, yeah, take it if you want, but also do the basic in advance. But again, not a requirement, but just a recommendation. And then down here, it talks about, oh, in Circular 230, what it is, it's a Treasury circular. And what it means is these are the rules of the road if you are a tax practitioner and you're representing clients in front of the IRS. You're required to do certain things. And if you don't do those certain things, then there are sanctions that the IRS then administers, and it could be a suspension. It could go all the way up to a federal judge telling the practitioner, you're done with the tax world, go do something else. So again, just rules of the road, you have to do certain things. Down here, these are the designations. And so if you are an attorney, you probably have some type of number associated with your bar license. If you're a CPA, there's some type of license number. If you're an enrolled agent, there's some type of number. And so if you're one of those and you're a volunteer, then you would populate that and then all that data there. And then again, if you are an enrolled agent, you can get continuing education. And if you are an attorney or CPA, you got to check with either your board or your bar. Bar meaning the state bar, not a bar where you drink at. The approving officials, what that means is that'll be one of the folks, either Fred, Emily, or myself. And if we sign electronically, great. And I'm the type of guy, if for some reason I can't get an electronic signature, I'm not going to waste my time. I'll take out a ballpoint pen and I'll sign. And then what we do with these documents, we're going to retain these documents at St. Killian's in some type of repository. And then I have to share these volunteer agreements with the IRS, so they have them on record also. I also share them with the United Way. Sometimes we have a young adult, and the young adult could be 16, could be 17, and they want to participate in the VITA program. And we'll take a 16-year-old, of course, what they have to do, they have to certify, and then we've got to get some type of parent or guardian to sign off for that young adult or young person. And then down here, if you are a professional and you want what are called continuing education credits, you're going to provide your name, you're going to provide what is called your PTIN. And your PTIN is your practitioner tax identification number, and you have to have that to become a paid practitioner. If you're a member of CTEC, which is the California Tax Education Council, you will have a number, and that number will be on your certificate. And if you provide that, then you can earn up to 18 hours of continuing education. And then you can come down here and you can see the various types of professionals. And I do recognize the vast majority of our volunteers are not going to be professionals, but this is geared to those folks who are professionals and they want to earn continuing education credit. So you'll indicate the type of professional that you are. And again, this is not an exhaustive list of professionals, but typically it's an enrolled agent, a certified public accountant, an attorney, or a CTEC member. And then your certification level, depending on how far you go. Most of your professionals will certify at the advanced level at a minimum. And then your volunteer hours, we will certify that. If you want to become an instructor, just contact Fred or Emily or myself, and we'll put you to work in some capacity. And of course, that will be in a non-paid status. And then your approving official, as I understand it, it'll either be Fred or myself. If I'm not there, then Emily will approve, but we'll sign, and that way you've got a copy, we've got a copy, United Way has a copy, IRS has a copy, and you're good to go. This is your contract, if you will, to work as a VITA volunteer. And again, if you are a professional, make sure you populate that in the software so you can get your continuing education credits. Okay, let me go back up here for what you're going to see for most folks. And do we have any questions from our participants? Are you tracking any chats, John?
I've been tracking chats here and there.
Jerry,
Yeah,
Art here.
yes, sir.
You know, when we set up the volunteer recruitment tables at the church, well, most of the people, you know, who come by think they need to be an accountant or you know, that type of person to volunteer. How do you handle telling people that you don't have to be an accountant?
No, I tell people that if you are experienced in accounting, in bookkeeping, then it'll only help. But if you don't have that knowledge or training, it's okay because you can go through the training and you can become an accomplished volunteer by going through the training, referring to the publication 4012. Now, I'll be the first to admit, if you are a certified public accountant, or if you're a former revenue agent with the IRS, sure, it's going to help you, but no requirement. I've had students who were psychology majors. I had one student who was an art major, and she said, "Hey, I don't think I can do this." I said, "Yeah, you can. You read the material, you practice with the practice lab. You can become a volunteer tax preparer in the VITA program. You can."
So the key is the certifications, right? That's
The key is doing the homework, if you will, the practice, the certification, and then of course, like anything, you certify to become a fighter pilot in the Air Force. You pass your flight training. You report to your first unit. You're going to have additional training. You're going to have additional support, and that's like any profession. You graduate from medical school. You're going to be going through a residency. You're going to go through additional training. Same thing in the VITA program. There's additional training. We have all of these people there to support you, and it's doable. It's all doable. And here's another thing: in the VITA program, we only focus on certain returns. We call them basic tax returns. So
right.
We don't prepare corporate returns. We don't prepare for the most part, we don't prepare what is called the Schedule E as an echo for a rental property for most of our volunteers. We don't do that. We focus on basic Schedule Cs. We focus on basic Schedule Ds and Delta. We focus on a Schedule A and only certain topics on the Schedule A itemized deductions. So just certain things we focus on. And that out of scope or scope of service that we talked about, we focus on that. So again, we're going to get people to say, well, what do I do here? We'll look it up and say, oh, that's out of scope. And then we'll have that conversation with the taxpayer and say, we can't help you. Here are some options for you. But yeah, it's doable. I had a young kid in one of my corporate classes years ago. He was 18 years old. He had just graduated high school. He goes, "Hey, Jerry, can I pass this class?" I said, "Yeah, you got to study. You got to read the book. You got to do the homework." And he did. He got an A in the class. So same concept here. You study, you practice with the software, you're going to be fine.
Great. Good tips. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Art. I know a lot of people are interested in the program, and I think if you get into it and you volunteer, and you don't have to be there every Saturday, we'd like you to be there every Saturday, but I think you're going to enjoy it. There's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of crosstalk with fellow volunteers. And then I know Fred I think he's gone, but he does a great job buying lunch for all of our volunteers. And so it's a lot of fun. I mean, it is. And I recognize, you're not going to get a $50 an hour volunteering, but it's a lot of fun. You're helping out people. It's a good deal. All right. So I think what we'll do here, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. I've got 11:04. Let's come back at 11:14. And John, don't go away. I want to set up my my intake sheet here.
Barbara Harris still around?
Yes, I am.
This is Yvette. I live in Mission Viejo. Can I volunteer at Laguna Woods Village?
You sure can. Didn't you work at the Murray Center?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple of other volunteers from Mission Viejo. So yes, you're more than welcome to join our team. We're running 100% drop-off program. So drop-offs are Tuesdays. Our clients will drop their documents off in their envelopes, and then we'll secure them. And our preparation will be on Wednesdays and Thursdays in the PC Club classroom. If you would like to join our program, text me. Let me give you my telephone number, easiest. Text me your email address, and I will give you. I will send you an email from taxes@thepcclub.org. My text number is, you got a
Yeah.
pencil?
Ready?
Okay, 949-436-1095.
1095. I'm sorry, 436.
1095. If you're interested in volunteering with our program, we have about 26, 27 council volunteers this year, and you're more than welcome.
So you don't actually have them interview in person? It's
Yeah,
all,
no, we interview them during the drop-off process.
okay,
We just don't prepare the taxes there.
okay.
So they come in on an appointment, they sit down with the counselor. They're required to, of course, bring their intake sheet, plus their envelope, plus all this stuff, plus last year's tax return. The counselor will interview them and then give them a receipt, which is part of the 14,446, that we have their documents. And then we'll get it, we'll get the tax return prepared that week sometime. We'll call them and let them know where and when to pick them up.
Okay, so you did that last year that way?
Yes.
And I would, it sounds like majority of the returns get processed without any hiccups that way.
Well, 90% of our returns are returning clients.
Uh-huh, okay. All right, well, I'm right now looking, I would like to stay within AARP. And last
Okay.
year, for I've done it now 10 years and I'm former IRS. So last year, San Clemente looks like they might not be AARP. Mission VA, if they don't become AARP, I'm looking to stay within that program.
I am not AARP. I'm VITA.
Oh.
We transitioned when we were struggling with getting
Yeah.
permission from AARP to run 100% drop off.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
we're a closed site. If you can get in the gates, we'll do your tax return. We did 1,000 last year.
Yes, yeah, okay. All right, well, I will save your number.
Okay.
My first choice is to stay within VITA, within the AARP, but if not, then I'm looking to stay close to home and I'm in Mission Viejo.
Right, okay, well, that would be great. There is really no difference except the income limit.
Uh-huh, okay. All
Well,
right.
actually, there's less requirements with VITA than there is with ARP.
Uh-huh.
In preparing, they give you that book with all those tax returns. You have to do 5 tax returns out of that book. They reprint everything. This is so much cleaner and easier.
Okay, all right,
Well, think about it a bit.
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
John Nagy, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Are you one of the coordinators for St. Killian's?
Yes. Well, kind of. I have a role. Yes.
Okay.
Depends on your question.
Again, I'm looking for, my first choice is stay within AARP, but if not, since St. Killian's is closer than,
Yep.
if I wanted to participate at your place,
Yes.
are you doing, you're doing in face-to-face interviews and another
Yes.
method? Okay. And which days do you normally do it?
It's gonna be on the Saturdays, and it's on the slides.
Okay.
The days are gonna be there.
And so only on Saturdays.
Yep. And so we're gonna be doing kind of a hybrid approach where people will come in, and then there'll be people at St. Killian on that Saturdays preparing the returns, and then there will be people doing drop off as well, and then they'll be prepared. People will be preparing them virtually at home.
Okay, I definitely don't want to prepare them at home. I just want
Okay.
to come to the church, ideally interview the person and complete it, or at least interview and whatever. So, okay.
Yeah, that's I think probably again, we'll see how it works out, but I'm guessing that we'll want to do the ones that are simpler and faster
Uh-huh.
at the church. And if it's a really complicated one, then they may have to go, if there's a huge stack of paper to go through, it may have to be done virtually, but we'll see how it goes.
But
It's kind of the new, it's new or it's returning, right? Because we hadn't done this since COVID, preparing them in person.
Okay. What hours normally on Saturday?
Like 9 to 1.
Okay, that's good. All right. I still want to keep volunteering for this.
Good,
so,
good. Yeah.
Hey, John, this is Jerry. Can you see the intake sheet?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm getting pretty savvy with this computer. I think I should start teaching computer science.
Oh God help us.
Jerry, I have a question. It's off subject. I was listening to Barbara Harris during the break, and it reminded me of something. I volunteered for AARP also a few times, and they get something called the Duck Book, which I've never seen VITA have access to. Is there a way that we can get that Duck Book? It has some stuff in it that is more detailed and easier to read than what we get.
What we can do, I think the Duck Book is available electronically. I don't think we have to pay for it. That's something that we can get. We can probably talk to Barbara. I think she's a former AERP. But yeah, I think we can get that.
AARP gets the Duck Book. It comes out of Sacramento, and we were able to get it from some ARP site. I think Audie gave us some last year. In the room that we prepare taxes, on the desktop are all the publications, 4012, 17, the Duck Book, and then sometimes people print it, but ARP can order them, so I don't know why VITA can't order them.
Yeah, and I think, was that Barbara speaking?
Yes.
And Barbara, if I remember correctly, I think you can also get it electronically.
Oh, you can get anything electronically. The other tool that we use is from a Colorado tax aid site that I think they're ARP. They have a fantastic webpage that will calculate who's a dependent, who's not a dependent, what credits they qualify for, doing the simplified method. I mean, it is a tool that we use and we use to train with. I can email you that link. You should take a look at it. We have it loaded on all of our sites.
Yeah, be good. All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to get started, and John has assured me that everybody can see the intake and interview and quality review sheet. And so let's take a look at this. It'll be a what is called a cursory review. So you have some just basic knowledge. And if you haven't seen this before, again, accountants would call this a lead sheet. This is something that we have to use in the VITA program. And yes, we do use additional sheets. They're called local sheets, and some other sites that they may use one or two local sheets in addition to this sheet. So let's take a look at the very top. Updated every year. It talks about different types of forms. In the tax world, the W-2 and those forms listed up there, those are called information returns. And I always like to tell people, information returns have information on it, and sometimes that information is right and sometimes it's wrong. And so what we do, if someone comes to the site and they've got a W-2 or some other type of information return that has incorrect information, we simply ask them, hey, go back to the entity that issued that document to you and get an amended or revised or corrected document. And but again, most people will come to the site with information returns and they'll be correct. We also ask for people to bring Social Security numbers. And if you've ever prepared returns in your life, what happens is if you rely on someone giving you their Social Security number, sometimes it's wrong, and then you cannot electronically e-file, because when we electronically e-file, for lack of a better term, the system will query the Social Security database, and if the Social Security number is incorrect on the return, it's been perhaps transposed, we cannot electronically e-file. So we do ask for copies of Social Security cards. And if you need to get a Social Security card, of course, it depends on who you are and where you're at. When I had to get a replacement one years ago, easy breezy, I walked into a small office in another state, gave them my information, and they called me about a week later and said, your card's are ready. So you can recommend to people to go get one if they need one. The ITIN is the acronym standing for the Individual Taxpayer Identification Number. And that's something that certain people will get that. For example, you've got undocumented folks in the United States. They're living and working here. We're not immigration. That's for immigration. But for our purposes, if they meet what is called a substantial presence test, which we're going to talk about, then they're going to get that ITIN and they're going to file a tax return just like you and me. Picture ID. I have never met a person in my life, they may be out there, who can't get some type of picture ID. In the state of California, now you got to pay for it, I think. You can get a state ID card, or you can get a passport. You can get, if you're a Mexican national, you can get a particular consular card. Most people have a driver's license, military ID. They're going to have some type of identification. And then, of course, they're going to fill out this form. Let's go through it real quick. Administrative data at the top. We do ask for a phone number because if we have to call them, in fact, if you recall the conversation I had with Scott, one of our virtual preparers, sometimes we have to call the taxer and say, hey, I got to ask you follow-up questions. And yes, an email address is great, but sometimes a phone number is quicker and better. So you want to capture a phone number. Well, you ask them if they're a U.S. citizen. Again, we're not immigration, but if you're not a U.S. citizen, then chances are maybe you're going to get that ITIN, and you're gonna file a tax return because you meet the substantial presence test. And of course, all the data, you want to capture that. A date of birth is important because we enter that into the software, and if the date of birth is incorrect, then we're going to have a rejected return. And then other questions like disability, there might be a little bit of a conversation there. Full-time student, that's important because there are education credits, the American Opportunity Credit, and then the Lifetime Learning Credit. The term legally blind, what we're looking for, and I'll show you this in a little bit, this is going to be the tax definition of blindness. And if you meet the tax definition of blindness, then you can get an additional amount on your standard deduction. And I think it was last year, I had a taxpayer, we were doing Zoom interviews, and she was probably maybe 30, and finally she said, hey, Jerry, you don't recognize, we've been talking now for 15 minutes and you probably don't recognize that I'm blind. I said, no, I didn't. She goes, yeah, I am completely blind. I have no eyesight. And I told her, understood. I said, then what happens is I'm going to make that indication and you're going to get an additional amount on your standard deduction. And then of course, a dependence, if someone is a dependent, And the publication 4012 does a great job talking about dependency. And there's certain tests that you have to meet, and you have to meet all of those tests. And then victim of what is called identity theft. Typically what happens, and this has happened to, I think my brother, it happened to him, it happened to my sister. IDs are stolen. And then what happens is the taxpayers, they reach out to the IRS and they go, I want this identity protection personal identification number. It's sent to them. And what you can do with that is you can electronically file your return. Now, if someone, this is the best information I have. If someone steals your ID, that's a bad thing. But what happens is you can still file a paper return, but the goal is to file electronically. It's easier, it's safer, it's quicker. And so we recommend get that IPPIN if you had your identity compromised. And then we also ask for email addresses. Again, another way to contact people. If you ever try to contact people, some people are really good with email and other people are not. And so get their address, get all that contact information, you can reach out to them. Let's talk a little bit about filing status and filing status in the VITA program. We work with single individuals. We work with married filing joint returns. We have the head of household filing status. We have the qualifying widower. We do not prepare at St. Killian's, and for that matter, I don't think in California, period, we do not prepare married filing separate returns. That's something that we stay away from. IRS is directed. This is the general rule. They said don't do it. And so when you're talking to a taxpayer, we're really looking at their marital status at the end of the year. We deal with what is called a calendar year return. We don't deal with what are called fiscal year taxpayers. They're out there. There's not many of them. We're talking 1040, but we don't do that. It's only calendar year taxpayers that we work with. And so you're going to have single folks, which means at the end of the year, they are unmarried. Married folks, which means at the end of the year, December 31st, 2022, they are married. And that means they've gone in front of someone who has the ability to perform a marital ritual or rites. And then they typically have a marriage certificate. That's usually not an issue. I've seen it at the VITA site a couple times. I think I shared this last year where I met a guy, I'm asking him a bunch of questions and it just didn't sound right. And finally I said, where'd you get married and who married you? He goes, well, I got married in the state of Texas. I said, okay. And he goes, I got married by an imam in a mosque. I said, okay, and I said, did this imam have the ability under Texas law to marry you? He goes, no. But under the religion, yes. I said, okay, well then for tax purposes, you can't claim married filing joint. You typically won't have that conversation, but when you ask these questions, you're going to get that. And then of course, qualifying widowers, that means if someone, and we see this a lot in VITA, in tax year 2022, you'll have a individual losing their spouse. The spouse will pass away. And then what happens is the taxpayer comes in and they say, I lost my spouse in 2022. And we tell them, if you want, and most of them do want to do this, do you want to file a joint return with the decedent? Yes, I do. And then what happens is that surviving spouse can sign, and that would be in tax year 2022, a married filing joint return. And then after that, if they have qualifying dependents, they can get that qualifying widower filing status. So you want to capture all of that. If there is a divorce, you want to capture the date of decree, because for divorces after 2018, the taxpayer doesn't have to report alimony, and the individual paying the alimony doesn't have to, or will not take what is called the deduction. So the date is important. And then when you talk about dependents, you're talking about someone who has to meet all of these tests, and the tests are listed in your 4012. It includes the support test, but typically if you have a minor child, you're caring for them, you're paying for them, typically you're going to meet all those tests. But you want to capture this data to include their social security number, which again would be on a social security card that the parent will provide, and then date of birth is important, and if they're a student or not. And then yes, there is a question, is if they're a resident of the US, Canada, or Mexico. Some people say, well, Jerry, why is it only Canada or Mexico? I said, but that's easy. That's the United States Congress passing the tax law signed by the president, and that's the rule. And so that's the way it is. Not to be flippant, but a lot of people are going to ask you, why is this? That's the tax law, or that's That's an interpretation that the IRS or the courts have come up with, and that's what we do. That's what we follow. Over here in this gray area, this is what you as a volunteer will fill out once the individual completes the intake sheet. And then we will talk about the intake sheet in a later session in more detail. And this is to give you an appreciation. Part 3 talks about different types of income, and you'll see the letter B, the letter A, the letter M. A means advanced, B means basic, M means military certification. And that's what that's all about. And typically what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of people at the VITA site with tip income, and then you're going to have some interest income, some self-employment, things like that, unemployment compensation, retirement, things like that, Social Security. And what happens is the taxpayer will indicate either yes or no, and if they're unsure, which we will see a lot of, they will ask those questions. And typically what happens when you sit down with someone and you ask questions, usually they're going to be, they're going to respond, and then you're going to be able to find the answer. And that's going to happen because when you talk to someone who's not in the tax world and you use certain terms like unearned income or portfolio income or dividends, they're going to look at you like, what are you talking about? And so you simply explain, you know, this is the topic, and they'll say, oh, okay, yes, I do receive dividends because I'm a shareholder in a corporation. So that's what you do there. And again, when you're talking about rental property, we don't do this at the VITA site at St. Killian's. This is something that you have to go through the military certification. And there are certain sites that do rental property, like, for example, Coastline College. My students, they will certify at the military level, which means they can help out active duty reserve military folks, and they can prepare basic Schedule E rental income, rental expenses. And then for those of you who say, hey, Jerry, what about depreciation? In the VITA program, we only take the number from the taxpayer. We don't calculate depreciation, and we don't calculate depreciation on any tax return. And then this is something you're going to see a lot of in the VITA program, other income. And I see this every single year. People come up with an information return or a piece of paper, and I look at it and say, okay, that looks like other income. Typically, we're able to identify if it's taxable or non-taxable, and then we go to the software and we indicate that the taxpayer has to pay income tax on it. All right, and let's see, expenses. There's a lot of different expenses. Typically, what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of people having expenses for college. And I always say, well, if you go to college, you're going to get this 1098-T, which is an information return. And it's going to have probably most of the information you need to calculate the credits. Other information you're going to ask about is, did the individual have out-of-pocket expenses for textbook for their college? And that's something that you'll capture that, and you'll be able to prepare the return. And then the Schedule A, we don't have a lot of Schedule A's. I think by the last time I looked, it was like 10 or 12% of the returns that we filed. So not a lot of them, but typically for the Schedule A, it's going to be these items that you see right here: medical and dental expenses, again, out-of-pocket expenses, taxes that they pay, mortgage interest, that's a big one. And most people at the VITA site will have that Form 1098, which is a information return from the mortgage company or the lender. And then this is a big one we see. We see a lot of contributions in the VITA program. It's very limited non-cash contributions, and then most people will make cash contributions. And then we do talk about in a later session about what are called qualified charitable organizations, which most are, but sometimes you'll bump into an individual who's made contributions, you know, scratch your head and say, I've never heard of that. Then you can go in and we'll show you this. You go to the IRS website and you do the deep dive, and you can find organizations that are qualified. And there are not hundreds, there are tens of thousands of them that have been qualified, i.e. tax exempt organizations. And then other things like daycare, they're going to address that. You might have some teachers. And then here's a big one. You got people who are self-employed, and they're working for themselves. We don't work with taxpayers. They're not qualified if they're self-employed and they have employees. It has to be a situation where it's a taxpayer, or you've got two taxpayers that are running a business and they have what is called a qualified joint venture, which means they're not incorporated, they're not a partnership. And then student loan interest, we see a lot of that. And that would be an information return from the student loan company at 1098E as an echo. And then you're going to see this part right here. It talks about life events. And I always tell my paying clients, the reason I got to know about this stuff is because there's certain tax consequences associated with a life event. And so if you adopt a child, tax consequence, you're going to incur expenses, you're going to pay expenses. You might be able to have what is called an adoption credit. You're going to see people have cancellation of debt. This is a big one. It's limited. Certain people qualify. And as I always tell people, they have cancellation of debt because they either are unable or unwilling to pay their debt. And it doesn't make them a bad person. It just means they're either unable or unwilling. And if you have that, if it qualifies, then we can go ahead and assist them. But again, there are certain things that we don't work with. For example, if someone goes into bankruptcy court, which is a federal court, and they have their debt discharged, we don't do that in VITA. If they are insolvent, that's something, if I remember correctly, we don't do that in VITA either. But again, that's in the scope of service. This is your go-to document right here for cancellation of debt. It's called the 1099-C as in Charlie.
I'm just going to add something, new Jerry. I mean, we know that there may be cancellation of student debt this year. And my understanding is, at least for federal, that would not be taxable. But I'm sure we'll get guidance if that happens.
John, I'm gonna answer your question this way. I did a whole truckload of reading on cancellation of student debt. And right now I'm gonna stay away from that with a 10-foot pole. In the next couple months, as the saying is, the dust will settle. And then what we'll do is we'll sit down with our volunteers and say, volunteers, here's the latest and greatest when it comes to the cancellation of debt. No, I'm not going to open up that can of worms.
Yeah, California may be different too. That's
I'm not going to touch it until about a month and a half from now. All right, moving on. Earned income tax credit. This is one of the big ones you're going to see in the VITA program. And what that means is they've got earned income. Typically, that's going to be net income from their Schedule C or their wages from a W-2. If people have unearned income, they're not going to qualify, which means that they have capital gains. If they have interest income, if they have dividend income, also known as portfolio income, they do not qualify for the earned income tax credit. And so that's one of the big ones you're going to see. And again, I'm not going to hit all these topics, but again, just give you an appreciation. Estimated tax payments, you don't see a lot of that, but I did see some of that last year. It simply means you have an individual who's trying to meet that general rule of 90% of their tax. And they usually pay that either through withholding from their job and or estimated tax payments if they're self-employed. And so what you're going to capture there is, did you make a payment? Yes, I did. How many payments did you make? When did you make the payment? And then we'll enter that into the software. This is something you're going to see for every single taxpayer. You're going to ask them, do they have health coverage? And the folks who are in covered California, what that means for them, they're going to be issued certain documents to include an IRS form 1095A. And what that means is if they're in covered California, they are subsidized by the taxpayers. And it also means they have to, the term is called reconciliation, which means they are required to file a return. And again, they're going to have certain documents with them to include a form 1095A. And this is non-negotiable. If they don't have the 1095A, we're going to say, you got to go get that 1095A. We can't help you at this point. We need the 1095A because it's going to show the amount of the subsidy and the amount that they paid for their health insurance. So, and this is not a bridge too far. They can get it. They can go to what is called the Navigator from Covered California, but typically they're going to have that document. And if people don't have documents, again, we're going to explain what needs to be obtained. And a lot of these things can be obtained. And again, it's not a bridge too far. The next page, page 3, talks about other questions. Some people do not have English as their first language, so they can get information in their native language sent to them by the IRS. Some people want to make a contribution to the presidential election campaign. This is not going to affect their refund. It simply is essentially an order to the federal government to separate monies. And so when people run for president, if they qualify, they can get money from the federal government. Here's a big one, direct deposit. A lot of people want direct deposit, so they're going to provide us with their routing number, the account number from the bank, the type of account, savings or checking, and then the name of the financial institution. And occasionally you'll bump into people that go, well, I don't want to give that to you because I don't want the government to know this. And I always tell people, you know, the government already knows that, because when you open up a bank account, eventually that data or some of that data is gonna wiggle up to the federal government, i.e. the IRS. Savings bond, a lot of people don't buy them. A lot of people have forgotten about savings bond, but there is a procedure to buy savings bonds in the VITA program. We talk about that when we finish the return. Balance due. Some people, when we complete the return, we say, hey, you owe, and they're not happy. And then they'll ask us, well, how can I pay? Well, you can pay numerous ways. One way is direct debit. And if they feel comfortable with that, we collect their bank account information, and then money is taken out of their account when the taxpayer wants the money taken out. So if they want, the return is prepared in February, they want the money to come out in April, so be it, we can do that. Again, I'm not going to go through each and every one of these things, but let's bounce over to this portion here. It talks about, can you speak English? Well, very well, not at all. This is data that we collect, and this goes to obviously the IRS, and also it goes to the Orange County United Way. Different things. And if someone doesn't want to answer, there's a prefer not to answer. Prefer not to answer. And then here, I use this all the time. Additional comments, because again, this is going to be a hard copy document that the taxpayer is going to complete. And when the preparer or the taxpayer has information, they can add those comments. And I'm guilty of it. Sometimes I write stuff down and it's not legible. So you want to do your best to make it legible. And then the last page of this document, it's called the consent to disclose. And this is called the global carry forward. And so this 15080, this consent to disclose, it's a global carry forward, which I'll talk about. And then you have the signature of the taxpayer. And this is something that the taxpayer can agree to or cannot agree to. And if they agree to it, it simply means this. It means the data is in the tax slayer program. And then when they go to another site, there's a way for that other site to get that information from the previous year, which will expedite the tax preparation process. And when people say, I don't agree, this is what Jerry Muir does. I say, okay, then taxpayer doesn't sign and we move on, but we'll still prepare your return. And so again, that's the global carry forward. All right, let's go ahead and hesitate for a moment. And does anybody have any questions about the intake sheet? John, are you tracking any chats for the intake sheet?
Don't think there's any outstanding chats that have not been responded to.
All right, thanks. And we will talk about this because this is an important document, and taxpayers are going to spend a lot of time completing this, and we want to make sure we collect all the data, because what we don't want to do, we don't want a taxpayer to miss something where they have to come back to the site and they go, you know, I forgot something. And now that involves what is called an amended return, which is not impossible, but we want to do the preparation. We want to knock it out the first time and save a lot of time and trouble. Okay, then if that is that, let me go back to my PowerPoint presentation.
I can see the PowerPoint.
Okay, great. Can you see the slide that says FTV?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, so some other things when we talk about tax prep, we do prepare the California return And a lot of times you're not going to go in the California return and make any additional entries, and sometimes you will. The instruction booklet does a really good job. And of course, if you're a head of household filer in California, then there's instructions for that particular form. And then this is something that everybody has to do in California. If you're a California resident, you've got to tell California you've got health insurance. And if you don't, then you have to get what is called an exemption. And if you don't have an exemption, then for California residents on their California return, they have to pay that individual share responsibility payment. Now, the federal one went away a few years ago, but California has a state law that says you got to have insurance, health insurance, or you got to have an exemption, or you got to pay that penalty. And typically at a VITA site, people are covered by their work. They may be covered by a retirement plan, or they may be in what is called Medi-Cal, or maybe some type of Medicaid program where it's a government provided health insurance. But again, we want to ask that question because if they don't have it, again, they have to pay that penalty. I didn't see a lot of this at our VITA site last year, but it does exist for California. And then this is something we're going to get into. I believe this is in session number 4. We're going to talk about what are called conformity and nonconformity issues. And we're talking about pretty basic stuff. We're not going to get into the deep dive. We don't do depreciation and stuff like that. But when you hear the term conformity, what it means is you've got federal tax law, and then California kind of agrees to it. So for example, you are paid in W-2 wages, and on your federal return, for the most part, you're going to report your W-2 wages. There's actually an exception to that, and we'll talk about that later. But you're going to report your W-2 wages on your federal return, and then what will happen on your state return, those same W-2 wages will be reported. There are exceptions to that too. But when you report both W-2 wages in your federal and your state, you have conformity. And when you have nonconformity, and this is not a comprehensive list, this is a short list of certain items where California says we don't conform to federal tax law. So for example, on your federal return, you report unemployment. On your state return, you don't. On your federal return, in some cases, a portion of your Social Security will be subject to income tax. On your state return, none of your Social Security is going to be taxed. On your federal return, if you win the California lottery, whether it's $5 or $500, you're going to report it on your federal return. On your California return, you're not going to report it. Another example, on your federal return, let's say you've been divorced and your divorce is after 2018. You're not going to report alimony on your federal return. On your state return, you're going to report alimony. So again, that's an example of nonconformity. Another example, you get let's say you call some hotline and say, hey, I'm going to report a crime. There's a bad person. I know who it is, and he did this. That reward is going to be taxable on your federal tax return. On your state return, it's not taxed. And then another example, a lot of people come to our site, they've paid someone in the past for tax preparation. And the old rules on your federal return is you could take a deduction if you itemize. Well, you can't take deductions for tax preparation fees on your federal return on that Schedule A. And then of course, the example for California, they don't conform. They be in California, which means if you itemize on your California return and you pay tax preparation fees, you can take that as an itemized deduction. So you're going to see this from time to time. Again, it's called conformity, nonconformity, and then in some cases you have what is called partial conformity, which typically we don't see in the VITA program. And then we're going to show you how to go into your California return, and we're going to show you these items that the California state government does not conform to federal tax law. All right, any questions about that? Okay, then moving on. So here's a couple of URLs. There are many different places to get information regarding federal taxes. You can go to the Internal Revenue Code, and you can spend many weeks reading, or you can go to like this Keflinger site. They do a pretty good job. There's also the Journal of Taxation. There's also the Journal of Accountancy. You can go to the IRS website. I think they do a pretty fair job on updates, but a lot of places you get the updates, especially for the new tax law. And then there's also an organization, the IRS. It's called the Advocate. It's actually a separate service, if you will, but staffed obviously by IRS employees. They do a great job in doing updates for tax law also. All right, let's go into what's new for 2022. This is not an exhaustive list of what's new, but talking about some of the things you're going to bump into. So the standard deduction has increased, and it's based on that filing status. And again, we do not do married filing separate returns in the VITA program. And the general rule is you're going to take the greater of. Most people take the greater of, either the standard or the itemized deduction. And then when you're talking about the additional amount, if you're 65 or older, then you have that additional amount of $1,750. If you are blind, according to the tax definition of blindness, then you get an additional $1,400. And that tax definition of blindness, as it says here on the screen, the taxpayer is going to get a statement from their eye doctor, and the eye doctor would be an ophthalmologist, which is a medical doctor specializing in the eye, or you have what is called a optometrist. And so some type of statement will be secured by the taxpayer. And it says right there, if you can't see better than 2200 in the better eye with glasses or contact lenses, or your field of vision is 20 degrees or less, then according to the tax definition, you have blindness, and you can get that additional amount on your standard deduction. And I've talked to a couple taxpayers in the past who met this definition, and they know all about it because they visit the eye doctor and they have a document, some type of document from the eye doctor, and then we click that in the software and they get that additional amount. This is a somewhat busy slide, but here's the takeaway. When you're talking about the child tax credit, one of the significant changes is it goes back to the old rules. The rules we saw in 2021, it was expanded, and now it goes back to the older rules. So this is something that your taxpayer can say, hey, wait a second, I got a bigger tax credit. So yeah, the tax law changed, and so now it goes back to those old rules. So you're going to get less of a credit. And then this is something that you're not going to see for tax year 2022. You're not going to see those advanced payments for tax year 2022. So that's something that taxpayers are not going to work with or worry about on their 2022 return. And then another huge change in the tax law is the child and dependent care credit. It goes back to what we used to know for the non-refundable credit, that dollar for dollar reduction. And so big changes there in 2021. It was refundable, very generous for a lot of taxpayers. But again, we're going back to the old rules. And this is important. If you're brand new to the VITA program, this particular credit, you're going to use the amount that you spend for someone to watch your child. And then that amount that you spend will be used to calculate the credit. It's not the credit itself, it's used to calculate the credit. People get confused. They spend $3,000 on their kid and they go, well, that should be my credit. No, that's used to calculate the credit. And then there's a form 2441 that's generated in the software. And then you can share that with your client if you choose to. But again, big changes for the child and dependent care credit. The earned income credit, another big change. Now I'm focused on the federal one. There's also a state earned income tax credit, but focused on the federal right now. It goes back to those old rules where you have to be at least 25 if you don't have kids, and the max age is 65. So those are going back to the old rules. In 2021, there was no upper age limit, and the lower age limit went all the way down for certain taxpayers down to 18 years of age. And so again, big changes there. And here's another thing. If you've done taxes for the last couple of years, Congress made a provision you could use your 2019 earned income amount to calculate your 2021 EITC. That goes away for 2022. And so again, just big changes. And then down here at the very bottom of the slide, this is not for every taxpayer, but if the taxpayer receives the maximum amount of EITC federal, they're going to get a little over $6,900 in refundable federal earned income tax credit back. And we do see some of that at the VITA site. And this is a very generous credit for a lot of folks, and they're pretty happy about it. It makes a big change in their life. A little bit more about the earned income tax credit, and at the very top, it talks about what is called your, you're going to get your maximum EITC if you receive, or if you have this type of earned income or AGI. And again, your computer's going to calculate it for you, but you have to, you kind of go, I think I learned this in 9th grade. We probably learned it, I think in 9th or 10th grade. Remember the old distribution curve? And so you had a lot of things in the middle, a few things on the left-hand side of the curve, and a few things on the right-hand side of the curve. So EITC is kind of like that distribution curve, normal distribution, where if you make a little bit of income, you get a little bit of credit. You make a modest amount of income, you're in the middle of the curve, you're going to get a maximum amount of the credit. And then if you're at the end of the curve on the right-hand side and making a lot more money, you're going to get a very little credit, and eventually it'll phase out. And so that's what happens for some of our taxpayers because of their filing status and the number of kids. Their EITC is phased out. And sometimes you're going to get a question, and if you can answer it, you can do that. Otherwise, you can go to a quality reviewer, or you can hit up one of your site coordinators and say, hey, I'm not quite sure how to answer this question. And what we do, we try to explain things to taxpayers, and that way they feel good about what has happened. They have confidence in our program, and they know, we've educated them. Let's see. Oh, here's something we don't bump into very often. There's what is called an investment income limit. And in 2022, it's $10,300. Very few of our taxpayers are going to reach that, because if you had a calculator and you're earning 3% at your bank, which is really high, you have to have a truckload of money in your bank account to hit that $10,300. But some people do because our program is based on income and not net worth. And in fact, I think I joked about this, but I saw it with my own eyes. I had a lady come up last year to the church, and she was driving a vehicle which looked pretty neat. I'm thinking, what is that? And someone said, Jerry, that is a Lamborghini SUV. And I said, okay, well, I'm not a car expert, but that's got to be worth a lot more than my car. And the person said, yes, it is. So the person obviously probably had debt on the car, but probably had a lot of net worth. But again, the program is based on income. Okay, so this is something you're going to see in 2022. Last year in 2021, tax year, we saw the federal stimulus check, that third one. We had to account for that in the software. That doesn't exist for tax year 2022. So what that means is there's no recovery rebate for 2022. So you don't have to enter that data in the computer. Now, some people will probably ask you, hey, what about the state of California? They have given, I think they call it the golden stimulus payment, coming up with a middle class tax refund, something like that. That's not going to be part of your federal return, nor will it be part of your state return. So you don't have to worry about that. Just a couple things. Again, we're not going to talk about all the things. There are what are called revenue procedures, and they provide certain information for the current year, i.e. 2022. This is something you'll bump into, and when you bump into it, you kind of scratch your head and say, I don't understand. And this has happened to me in the past, where I had a taxpayer and she only had stock transactions. She would buy and sell stock. And I think in her particular case, she had income of $40,000, which were long-term capital gains of $40,000. And she had zero income taxes she was paying. And finally, the light went off. Hey, wait a second. She is in that particular bracket, if you will, where her gain, let me restate that, her tax is 0%. You will see that from time to time. And whether it's fair or not, we're not going to talk about that. That's just the way it is. So you may see that for people who are selling capital assets and enjoying long-term capital gains. Your school teachers, the deduction's gone up to $300, and that would be for the money they expend for supplies. And And I've never been a K through 12 school teacher, but I've talked to a lot of them and they say they spend a lot of money out of their own pocket. So again, this is a modest deduction they can take. If it's a married filing joint couple, then that would be a total of $600. And then we don't do gift tax returns.
Don't they have to both be teachers? If it's 600?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they have to be K through 12. And so, yeah, if you're a college teacher, good for you, but you're not going to get this. If you're teaching preschool, which I think is what, like 3 and 4-year-olds, you're not going to get this. It has to be kindergarten through 12. Okay, then gifts. We don't do gift tax returns in here. It's just a basic program, the 1040 and the 540. But you'll get this question all the time. Hey, I got a gift, or I gave someone a gift. And so this is how I address it. I said, if you receive a gift, whether it's $5 or $500,000, and it's a bona fide gift, you, the recipient, you don't include it on your tax return, period. That's it. If you are giving a gift, and let's say that gift happens to be $50,000, then you're going to file what is called a gift tax return, but we don't do it in the VITA program. That's outside of the scope. And then you're going to get people who will receive, for example, their parent or grandparent may pass away, and then the taxpayer has inherited a 401k or some type of tax deferred vehicle. And when they inherit that tax deferred vehicle, then what they're going to do is when they start receiving distributions, that's going to be a taxable event for the taxpayer because tax has been deferred. But again, for a cash gift, take the money and spend it, but it doesn't go on the return. And then we don't see this very often. It's called the donation limit. The donation limit has changed over the last few years. It used to be 50%, it went to 60%, went to 100%. Now it's going back to 50%. You typically don't see that. I've seen it on a few returns. I think one guy was a Buddhist and he donated like 60% of his income to his temple. So, but again, typically you don't see that. Cash donations for the Schedule A, which we talk about next week, it's typically going to be, maybe $500, a couple $1,000, and then we'll enter that into the software. And again, for a qualified organization, and not all churches in the United States are qualified, and not all organizations are qualified. It has to be a tax exempt organization. Okay, mileage rates. This is another big change. This is all built into the software. And so the mileage rates, and when you're talking about business, this is someone driving their vehicle for business. That would be that Schedule E as in Echo. I stand corrected, the Schedule C as in Charlie. And the rates were 58.5. And then the last part of the year, it's 62.5. We don't do what is called the actual expense method in the VITA program. We just do the standard rate. And so this is something that, again, built into the software. The taxpayer is going to give you this information. You're not going to do an audit. We don't do audits in the VITA program, but we will. And some, I had one guy one time, he goes, "Hey, Jerry, I drove 50,000 miles. I said, hold on a second. I'm not going to audit you, but let me do the math here. So we looked at a calendar and said, that doesn't make any sense. You're driving X number of miles per day, and plus you have another job. This doesn't pass muster. Are you sure?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, you're right. I made mistakes." And so it's okay to ask questions, but again, don't be an auditor, obviously. So you're going to see this. And if someone travels for medical, it's a different rate. It's 18 cents a mile. They're visiting their child in the hospital. They took themselves to a hospital. And then that's going to change then, of course, at the last 6 months of the year to 22. And then for moving expenses, we only do moving expenses for military personnel. So if you're a civilian and you move and you expend monies to do so, that's not an item that you can deduct in your tax return anymore. And
So
then for
Jerry,
yep.
sorry. I was going to say it's interesting that we have the 2-tier rates for different times of the year. So I'm guessing that we're going to put in a tax layer. We're going to have to ask people their mileage and then what half of the year they were working on it. And maybe Uber is going to have to break that out too for us too.
Yeah, and it's fair to ask people if they want to take a deduction. It's very fair to say, okay, and this is what I would do. I would do this for my paying clients. I would do this for the VITA clients. I said, all right, you've got mileage. Let's break it out. What is your mileage for the first 6 months? What's your mileage for the last 6 months? And they go, why does it matter? Well, it matters because there's a certain rate, and we want to make sure that you have an accurate return. I mean, it's not like they're going to get audited, but if you've ever been an IRS auditor, you know this is an item that you're going to look at. And so what we want to do, we want to do it correct, So yeah, it's okay to ask questions. And if someone says, why do you want to know that? Well, I want to know it because I want your return to be correct. I want you to get the right refund. I want you to pay the right amount of tax. We want to do it right for you. So yeah.
I'm just hoping the software is able to handle that.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. And the thing is, and we talked about this, and we know
Yeah.
that software programmers, they do the best they can, but there are going to be mistakes in the software from time to time. And what happens is the software programmers, once it's addressed, they'll fix it. Here's another thing. Taxpayers typically have a logbook, and that could be sophisticated on their iPhone, or they could, like me, I'm a simple guy. I'm about as simple as you get. I have a day timer, which is a book with paper in it. And I write down the miles that I go for my clients. And then I look at the end of the year and I add it up. That's my logbook. When you talk about charity, you can drive for charity, but you only get 14 cents. And that's by statute. And that hasn't changed for a very long time. Okay,
As a software engineer, I can attest to what you said, that there are mistakes and we fix them when we are able to.
Yeah, and when you look at the tax law and you look at these returns, that's a whole lot of programming because it can get really involved. If you try to do a very, very involved Form 1040 with pen and paper, I challenge anybody to get it done in 15 minutes. It's just not going to happen. You got phase outs. I mean, just a lot of things. So yeah, I think being patient with the software, and if you find a mistake, then you bring it up. It's pushed to the tax layer folks and they fix it. And then they announce, hey, we fixed it, and go back and do it. Okay, the 1099-K, best way to describe this, or the way I'm going to describe it, it is an information return. If the information is incorrect, then go back to the entity and say, hey, I need to correct one. But big changes in 2022, tax year 2022. What's going to happen is individuals who receive this information return, if they're making $600 from some type of work, they're going to get this. Before it was $20,000. Now keep in mind, and we'll talk about it shortly, if you receive $1 of gross income, and that particular income, gross income, you got to report it. And so you're going to see people with these 1099-Ks like Uber and Lyft, and they're going to say, yeah, I got one this year, but last year I didn't get one. Okay, well then the rules have changed. And if you look at, I cited that Internal Revenue Code section down there, you can Google that. And when you go into the IRC, which I don't expect a lot of people to do, it's not difficult to reach it. You go to the IRS website, Cornell Law Library, it's a school back in the East Coast. They actually have this information for free. So you can Google the Internal Revenue Code section, whatever it is, for free. But again, big changes for the 1099-K, which is an information return. This is built into the software. You don't have to memorize it. Well, a lot of people ask me, Jerry, why do I have to pay that percent of tax rate? So, well, that's easy. The tax rate tables are published, and this is via congressional action. And these are the various brackets. So think of these as chunks of income depending on your filing status. And so if you're making let's go to that second chunk of income. The first chunk of income for a single person up to a little over 10,000 and change will be taxed at 10%. And then that second chunk of income will be taxed at 12%. And so you can see when people tell me, Jerry, I make $1 million a year, I'm in the 37% tax bracket. I said, no, you're not. I said, most of your income is in the 37% tax bracket, but you got to start out at 10, 12, 22, 24, 32, and 35. And so you have what is called an effective tax rate, which is not 37%. It might be 35, it might be 34, but it's not 37. And in the VITA program, you're basically talking about single folks maxing out in that bracket at 22%. And you're talking about married filing joint maxing out at that 12%. And then for head of household maxing out at 22%. Again, that chunk of income in that bracket. And your software does this automatically. I've had people in the past say, Jerry, okay, yeah, you tell me the software did it, but how do I know the software is right? I said, oh, that's easy. Open up the instructions to the form 1040, go to the tax tables and say, I need two things. I need taxable income, I need filing status, look at the table that the IRS prints out, and then there you go. And I've done that with clients. I've done that with paying clients. To go, how's this so? I show them, they go, oh, okay. And that gives them confidence. But again, the software engineers, they do a really good job. It's, I've only found maybe 4 or 5 mistakes over the years. Okay, we're going to run through some of this information regarding the standards of conduct. We've talked about the volunteer standards of conduct. That's the ethics examination that we've already discussed. These are the things that you don't want to do, and these are the things that you do want to do. And so I refer to the golden rule. You want to do the right thing. We talked about no payments, don't solicit business. You don't want to do that. And you do not want to prepare a false return. It doesn't happen. I think it's happened a couple of times that I'm aware of, and that's a bad thing. Just don't do it. And don't engage in conduct that is considered dishonorable, because you'll be asked to leave the program. No, I take that back. I'll kick you out of the program. And then treat all your folks with respect and dignity. That's what we do. We have a good time. We have a fun time. So you want to follow these rules. And I think that would be like the golden rule that we learned as kids. Screening, this is something that I think it's really important. There's different ways to do it. Typically, we have the greeters, and I would like my greeters to be very well informed, very well trained, because those are the folks that are accepting documents and talking to taxpayers. So the greeters are going to be typically very well spun up. And this is something, different terms. I use the term white noise. A lot of people are going to talk to you about a lot of stuff, and you're going to sit there and you're going to be compassionate, but eventually at the end of the day, you say, okay, what you're talking about is not, there's no tax consequences to that. So let's move on to something that has tax consequence. So that's where you have to separate the noise, the white noise, from something that has tax consequence. And you want to do it respectfully. You don't want to, look at the person and roll your eyes. You don't want to do that. You just, at the end of the day, you got to move on and attend to the matters at hand. Virtual currency, again, this is what I know, and I will definitely read before the next time we meet. But if you sell virtual currency, what I know right now, it's out of scope. For any matter that's out of scope, you don't want to give a name of a practitioner, but you can say, hey, go to these societies. There's a bunch of societies. These are 2 societies in California: the California Society of Tax Consultants and the California Society of Enrolled Agents. And then what taxpayers can do, they can go to the website and they can go ahead and put in their zip code, and then out will pop maybe a list of 10 or 12 preparers. And that's one way they can do it. And yes, tax preparers are going to charge, and some of them charge a modest amount, and some of them charge what some people think is a lot. So, but again, at the end of the day, we can't help everybody. And then, as I mentioned before, if you buy virtual currency, if you transfer it, you inherit it, yeah, it's in scope, because you don't have disposition of a capital asset. And then this is something you don't want to make. You don't want to make the exceptions. You want to go to the site coordinator, and the site coordinator will say, no, we can't help you out, taxpayer, because you're out of scope. And then we'll show them in the publication 4012, this is an issue that we don't do in VITA. And my wife probably says it best. She says, think about an automobile mechanic, and your automobile mechanic is not trained to work on brakes. And you take your car to an automobile mechanic to fix your brakes, and they're not trained. Well, you think that's nuts. And I agree with you. You're not going to take your car to someone who's not trained. So we're not going to take a return to someone who's not trained. And plus the IRS says there are certain topics that are out of scope. You simply will not attend to them. And that's just the way it is. And it's not being mean. It's just, just saying, hey, we're not going to be able to do it. And that's it. The interviewing, we talked about the intake sheet. We'll spend a lot more time on that in the next sessions that we have. But keep in mind, you're talking about perfecting that intake sheet, and that's going to happen because taxpayers may not be aware of something, and that's okay. You're going to do the interview. We'll perfect the sheet. Once that sheet is perfected, along with the source documents and the information returns, then we can prepare a return. So we got to have all of it. And if someone doesn't have all of it, we're gonna explain to them, we're gonna educate them, hey, we need this to do the return. And if they have to go away for an hour and pick it up, that happens from time to time. And then for management, you want to think of that site coordinator, assistant site coordinator, the person in charge. They're the ones who are going to be deploying staff. And so if you were a quality reviewer and we designated you, then you're the guy or the gal who do the quality review for the returns. And then certain people will be tax preparers, certain people will be IT techs, and then others will be greeters. So everybody will have a role. And if you say, hey, I want to do something else, if you check out, then we'll put you in that role. But again, the site coordinator is the one who's going to again deploy the staff as needed. And as we mentioned before, we have the face-to-face program, and we have the hybrid method. And that hybrid method is best described as we have both drop-off and we have face-to-face. And the drop-off is what we call virtual. There are many different types of virtual, but again, we're going to have drop-off. We'll collect the package, we'll scan it, it'll go to our virtual world, and then our virtual preparers will prepare the return. Okay, any questions about what we talked about thus far? All right. John, I think this is a good time to take a break. So let's
Sounds
take
good.
10. We'll come back at 12:21.
Can I ask what the local form is?
The local form is a document that church has used in the past. It asks certain information, particularly about the Schedule C and expenses. And we're going to update that form. But basically what it is, it's an addendum, if you will, to the intake and interview sheet.
And it's just for Schedule C?
No, it includes Schedule C items.
Oh, but the church gets it? Is that what you're saying?
The church will, well, not the church, but the VITA program at the church will generate or modify or revise the local form, and then that'll be available in the latter part of January.
And it's the purpose of it is to.
Oh, the purpose is to ensure a complete securing of information so we can prepare the return correctly.
In addition to the intake form, interview form.
Right. Yeah. A lot of sites, they'll have what is called a local sheet or an addendum. And what it does, it helps them to get the information correct the first time.
Because the other one's so wordy and complicated, basically.
Well, I guess the way I could describe that is, you're just not going to have perfection. I think the IRS does a really good job, but at the end of the day, you can't have everything on that intake sheet. You just can't.
Oh, I see. So additional information that's not on there then.
Yeah, or perhaps maybe more of an involved answer, if you will.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get started again. And John, can you see the screen that says Introduction to Link and Learn?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. All right, folks, we're going to jump into the discussion about Link and Learn. This is on the IRS website, and this is where you will go to not only certify, but also to practice tax return preparation. And so this is really important when, if you're brand new, you're going to create an account in Link and Learn, and we'll show you how to do that. And then if you want to use the software, which is a TaxSlayer Pro tax preparation platform, if you will, you also have to create an account. And in the practice lab, which we'll talk about, it's only for practice. You're not going to use it to file the return. It's not hooked up to the big computer in the sky. So when you talk about Link and Learn, and again, we'll jump into it in just a moment, there are the certification modules that you will go through. And as we've mentioned, the first one is going to be that ethics, standards of conduct, short reading, short certification. And then you've got the intake interview, short reading, and a short certification. For certain individuals in the program, they will go through the site coordinator training. If you want to do that, I mean, you go ahead, but only a few people will be either site coordinators or assistant site coordinators. But again, if you do choose to certify at that level, and then you come to me or come to Emily or Fred and say, hey, I'm certified, we may end up putting you to work in an assistant site coordinator capacity. The major certifications, again, the only requirement is we want you to hit that advanced level. You can go right to the advanced level, but I request you go to the basic first and then do the advanced. If you have been doing VITA for a while, that experienced volunteer test has been discontinued. It no longer exists. And so you won't see that in your certification. If you are, like, for example, John is an enrolled agent. And so if he wants, he can take what is called the Federal Tax Law Update certification. And that's for people who are tax professionals, which is going to allow him then to prepare returns at the advanced level. You don't have to worry about the military certification. If you take my class at Coastline in January, we do run you through the military certification, which means you're going to prepare returns for active duty and reserve folks, or you're going to prepare a basic Schedule E for rental property. And then we have the international certification. We don't do this at St. Killian's, and this is for, it also includes people who have income from foreign countries, or while they're in foreign countries, and then they can take advantage of the foreign earned income exclusion on their US returns. And then the foreign students, we do have some of those that come to the site, and we tell them we don't do it at St. Killian's. The closest site I can think of would be Cal State Fullerton, where they have international students, which then are certified to perform that foreign student tax preparation, which is the Form 1040 NR. But we don't do that at St. Killian's, and we don't do Puerto Rico. Those are other certifications which we don't attend to. So again, for most of us, the certification level will be, you're going to hit the advanced level and you're going to be done. All right, and then of course, when you want to use a practice lab, this is, again, you have to create an account. When you create the account, you're providing information to the IRS government contractor. And that IRS government contractor shares data with the IRS. You're not going to be contacted by someone to buy shoes or shampoo or insurance. You may be contacted for a survey, and that's about it. And then in the practice lab, which we're going to jump into here before we go, there are tutorials which you can use to enhance your abilities in tax preparation. There are practice returns, which are going to show you. And there's also what are called check figures. And that's an accounting term, meaning when you prepare that practice return, you can check your figures with the figure given in the program. And then this is something you probably want to write down if you have not used the practice lab before. That is the magic password to get in. It's Train Pro Web, all one word, all uppercase. And then again, the good thing about the practice lab, the software, you will not either accidentally or intentionally e-file the return because it's not hooked up to the big computer, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I think at this point, what I'm going to do is let me, John, I'm going to run through the rest of the presentation, then we'll jump into the practice lab.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to touch upon this. We will delve into this in sessions 2, 3, and 4. You will get a lot of tax preparation, but we're going to run through this so you just have a basic understanding. People who have to file the return, it's generally based on filing status, age, and gross income. That's the general rule. And if you go to the publication 4012 for tax year 2022, on that chart A, page A1, you're going to see who has to file a return. And again, people coming to the VITA site, they either must or they want to file a return. And then there's certain exceptions. And here's one of the exceptions. If you have a withdrawal from your 401k and you have to pay a penalty, the federal penalty is 10%. That's one of the examples of a requirement where you have to file. Or if you're in covered California, which is what is called the marketplace, which means you've taken a subsidy from the taxpayers, you have to file a return. Who should file? If you're getting one of those credits, the earned income tax credit. Past due filing return. I'm going to chat with our, let me restate that, for filing past due returns. There we go. There are statute limitations for just about everything. There's a few things there's no statute. For example, if you file a fraudulent tax return, there's no statute. If you don't file a tax return, there's no statute. I guess if you murder someone in California, I don't think there's a statute for that, but there's statutes for all sorts of stuff. And so we'll talk about this in the class. And when you're talking about filing a due return or something that you haven't filed before, we can go back to 2021. We can go back to 2020, and we can help people file the returns that they haven't filed. And so that's a doable thing. Of course, they have to have their documents with them. And amended returns, I'm going to talk to Fred Ramos. And this is something that we can do, but again, it has to be additional training for folks who know how to file an amended return. And this is something we want everybody to be able to do once they're assigned that, and there'll be training on that. Amended returns are filed for various reasons. People want either a refund or they maybe owe more money. Filing status, this is the key right now. You want to jump into that publication 4012 on the IRS website, tax year 2022, and go to Bravo 10, where it talks about the filing statuses, and there's a decision tree. I recommend you utilize that when you're working with your taxpayers, because it will show you the various filing status that your taxpayer is eligible for. And just a couple of things you want to keep in mind. When you file a joint return, it's a choice. You choose to do it. If you don't want to file a joint return, then you don't have to. It might mean that you have to file a separate return, which we don't do at VITA, but it's an election. You choose to do it. And when you do choose to do it, there's a concept called joint and civil liability, which is, it's a legal term. It basically means you're both on the hook for the tax, or individually or severally, you're on the hook for the tax. And some people, when they're getting ready to sign the joint return, they go, wait a second, I'm about ready to get divorced from this person. Maybe I don't want this filing status. But again, it's an election. You choose to do it. Head of household, there's a bunch of rules you're going to read about, we're going to talk about. But what you want to remember is you're either unmarried or for tax purposes, you're considered unmarried. And then you meet some other rules and you can enjoy that filing status. And then the qualifying widower, we talked about that. That's someone once the year after the individual has lost her spouse, they can get that status for 2 years if they have that qualifying child. In the year of death, what happens is the surviving spouse, if they want to, they can file a joint return and they will sign for the decedent. Okay, a little bit more about the Affordable Care Act, and we'll do a deep dive on this in the last session. But when we talk about the Affordable Care Act, these are individuals who are required in California. They've got to have insurance, and they can obtain insurance many different ways. One way to obtain insurance, if you're qualified, is go to Covered California and you request insurance, you purchase insurance, and then you're subsidized by the taxpayer. And that means you have to file a tax return. And California requires you to have health insurance or have an exception. And one document, you're going to get a number of documents, but one document is that IRS document, the 1095A, which is going to show the amount of the subsidy. So that's non-negotiable. We need that for or from the taxpayers. And then this is something you see a little bit of, not a lot. It's called the subsidy. So when a taxpayer receives a subsidy, if they received too much of the subsidy, they've got to pay some of it back. Quick example, I was talking to a lady and she couldn't understand. She owed like $4,000 in this excess advance premium tax credit. I sat down with her and said, okay, something happened in your life and you didn't go back to covered California and make those changes. Go, yeah, I was making 20K a year. I got promoted and I was now making 80,000 a year. I said, okay, well, then that means you didn't change covered California and now the government wants that money back. So that's the takeaway there. If someone is in covered California and something changes in their life, they move, they have a baby grows up, goes out of the house, they get married, they get divorced, they're making more money, they're making less money, they want to change covered California. If they don't, they may have to pay that excess advance premium tax credit. The net premium tax credit is when you receive too little of a subsidy. And then what happens is when we make those entries, that credit's generated, and that's a good thing. And then again, keep in mind, this is for California residents, and that's all we take care of in the VITA program in California. We don't help out Arizona residents, New Mexico residents. It's all about California because we're not trained and the IRS is not going to allow us to do other states. And so again, you got to have insurance, and this is something where a tax return will be filed. And here's an example of the penalty if you don't have insurance and you don't have an exemption. Penalty for a married couple making about 60K is $1,600, and that's on their California return. So it starts to add up, and you can get exemptions various ways. This is kind of modeled on the old federal system where you can claim it on your Form 540, or it can be processed by Covered California. Ways to do it. But the takeaway is when people show up at the VITA site, if they're in Covered California, you gotta, at a minimum, secure the 1095A, and there's other documents that'll be sent. Exemptions amount, we talked about this. You can look at your exemption information. This is a qualified child, or what is called a qualified relative, and that's page Charlie 1 in your publication 4012. And again, we'll talk about this at length in the sessions 2, 3, and 4. Okay, real quick, when you talk about what are called information returns, I've seen this, and if you've worked for the IRS, if you've worked as a practitioner, if you know anything about taxes, a lot of people will say, well, I don't need to report this. And I tell them, well, here's the rule. This is a Internal Revenue Code section 61. It says everything's going to be included in gross income unless otherwise excluded. So items that are excluded would be a gift, a bona fide gift. You borrow money from someone or a bank, there's no tax consequence. It's not included in gross income. Now, if you don't pay it back, it might be. But again, when people say, hey, I have this type of income, and you determine, is it taxable, is it non-taxable? I always say it's taxable unless we can find something that says it's not taxable. And then when you talk about information returns, this is not an exhaustive list. I don't know how many information returns are out there, but it is many, many different types. In fact, there are some out there that I bump into from time to time I have never seen. But these are the ones typically you will see in the VITA program. Wage earners will have a W-2. People will have interest income. Now, whether they have the 1099 INT or not, if they have interest income of $1, it's going to be reported. Dividend income, that means someone is a shareholder in a corporation and the board of directors has announced, and eventually a dividend is paid because they have shares. That'll be evidenced by a 1099 DIV. Broker statements, I've said this 100 times, I've said it 100 more times. Broker statements are like people. They're all different. I've literally looked at 1099Bs, and I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I've got some experience with tax, and I scratch my head and say, I don't understand what this document is telling me. I've actually called brokerage houses and say, what are you trying to tell the reader? It doesn't make any sense to me. Most of the time, thankfully, the 1099B will clearly spell out the sales proceeds of the shares and then, of course, the the buy date, the sell date, things like that. But if you have something that you don't understand on a document, I'm not a shy guy. I just look at people in the eyeballs and say, okay, I don't understand what this is. Can you explain this to me? And if they can't explain it, then we need to bubble it up, maybe call the broker, or maybe they need to call the broker. Government payments, typically that's going to be unemployment compensation, and that's a 1099-G. The 1099 MISC, miscellaneous payments for various things to include, you win a prize, that's going to be included. The NEC, non-employment compensation, you'll see that from time to time. That means the individual is not an employee. That means they're self-employed in some capacity. And then you see a lot of 1099-Rs, and that's typically from pensions. Typically, you can see it from pensions. Or a distribution from like a 401k, which is a tax deferred savings vehicle, or individual retirement arrangement, an IRA, which is for a lot of our taxpayers, it will be tax deferred. And then you see a lot of 1099s, SSA 1099, and we're going to get into the details because there's what is called a lump sum Social Security payment, and there's certain things you got to do in the software to make sure the tax is properly assessed against that. Most of our Social Security recipients pay 0 federal income tax on their Social Security benefits. And then if you look at your California return, Social Security is not taxed on a California return. Okay, ITINs, just real quick, and we'll talk about the substantial presence test in detail later. But some individuals, they're ineligible for a Social Security number, so they get an ITIN from the IRS. They have to fill out a Form W-7, and they're called certified acceptance agents. And those individuals will review the information. They're certified by the IRS. But the bottom line is, if you file a return, you've got to have some type of what is called taxpayer identification number, usually an SSN, sometimes an ITIN. And substantial presence simply means you're living and working in the United States a certain period of time. You're obviously making money, and then you may have to file a return, and you're deemed to be a resident alien only for tax purposes, not for immigration. Two different animals. The IPPIN, we talked about that very briefly. Some individuals have their data compromised, and then the IRS has a program where that IPPIN can be requested. It's issued to the taxpayer, and then with that number, the taxpayer can electronically file a tax return. And this URL down here, if you get the PowerPoint, you can click on that. You can see the IRS has a page dedicated to this topic. And once you go into the IRS website, there's a lot of information you're going to see, and you can spend weeks trolling through the website looking for information. Okay, a couple other things. You hear the term receipt of income. We deal with cash method taxpayers, which means they're going to report their income when they receive the income, and if they deduct expenses, they're going to deduct expenses when they pay them. That's what is called the cash method of accounting. Well, we deal with the receipt of income or constructive receipt of income, and probably the best example I can give you, and yeah, I think that's a bulldozer. So I bought some stock some time ago in Caterpillar, which is a large corporation, and they make a bunch of stuff to include a bulldozer. And they asked me, hey, when you receive your dividends, do you want us to direct deposit to your bank account? Do you want a hard copy check? What do you want? I said, I want you guys to buy more stock with my dividends, and that way I don't have to worry about a $2 check. And they said, okay, we'll do it. So that's called the dividend reinvestment plan, which means I have constructive receipt of income, and that's going to be evidenced on the 1099 DIV that I get at the end of the year. So you'll see that from time to time. And then assignment of income doctrine, I throw that out there because I've seen it probably about a half a dozen times at VITA sites. People think you can add, and this is the general rule, there's an exception called the kiddie tax, but people think you can add income from the kids or someone else, a brother and a sister, and you can all put it on one return. Well, no, that violates the assignment of income doctrine. You can't do that generally. If you have a child who's 9 years old and they have a job and they're a wage earner, they're gonna, if they have a filing requirement, they're gonna put it on their return, not mom and dad's return. Same thing with Social Security. You're not gonna bunch up all the Social Security income on one return. it's going to go to a particular return, the individual who received it. And okay, of course, one of the exceptions to the assignment of income doctrine is what is called the kiddie tax, which we'll talk about in detail in a later session. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and let me look at my clock here. I think we're kind of running short. So I think what I'll do is I'll make the command decision. I'm going to leave this up here. We will tackle this particular tax return in detail, but I will show you the link and learn before we leave. So you want to make sure if you have an opportunity, practice in the practice lab with this particular scenario, the Bill Franco scenario for tax year 20. It says 2021. I made the changes, but it didn't come over on this one. So this is for tax year 2022. If the 2022 is not there on the link and learn, then use what you got, 2021. But either way, prepare a return based on the software that you see based on this scenario. And this is a guy's got income, W-2 income, interest income. And the very bottom, this deals with, is he eligible for the education credit? If you can't tackle that, we'll talk about it in detail next week. So now what I'd like to do, and then John, you said you're going to send this out or make it available to all of our participants.
It's already done. I just have been emailing him.
I'm going to put you on the payroll. All right. Okay, let's go to the IRS website. See if I can find it. I had it up here. So give me just a second here. Give me just a second. Okay, so I'm going to attempt, John, if you can tell me if you can see once I click on this, if you can see the IRS website. May have to go here. Okay, can you see, I guess this is AOL. Can you see a website that shows pictures and news stories?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay,
Donald,
so
Donald
this is
Trump
how,
something.
yeah, a bunch of pictures. Okay, so this is how you do it. Lots of ways to do it. I'm going to show you Jerry's way. So this is called Link and Learn. This is how you certify. So you type in Link and Learn on the IRS website, and you're going to see this URL that says Link and Learn Taxes. This is how you would certify. This is how you use the practice lab. So we click on that. We come to this description of Link and Learn Taxes. It talks about the various certifications that we've discussed. And then you're going to see this blue and colored Link and Learn Taxes. Click on that. And you're going to have a landing page for two items, the certification paths and the software. And so for certification, we're going to show you, you click on there. These are the various certifications. We're going to show you next week how you actually go through this and get ready for certification. And keep in mind, if you certify for tax year 2021, that's great. But when you come to the VITA site in January, you got to be certified on tax year 2022, which will be posted in probably about 2 weeks. Okay, so let's go back here and show you the practice lab. Down here, it says Tax Software Practice Lab. You click on that. You're going to come to this screen. You're going to type in Train Pro Web.
All caps.
And let me show you that. All caps, all one word. Hit login. And then at this point, Jerry Muir has already signed in to use the practice lab. If you are not signed in, you'd go to create an account and you'd follow the prompts. If something doesn't apply to you or you're unaware of this information, you simply ignore it and move on. But once you sign in, then you're able to use the practice lab. Okay, I'm going to go back. Jerry's going to sign in, so give me a moment here. All right, and here's the practice lab landing page, if you will. a lot of data. If you're going to jump into this, I recommend section 4, these various tutorials. Section 6 has your practice returns if you want to utilize them with check figures. And then if you want to jump right into the software, you go to what I call the big blue button, and you click there. And I'll just show you how to jump into it. In the upper right-hand corner, you can toggle back and forth. And your choices in the practice lab today are 2021 and 2020. In a couple of weeks, it'll be 2022 and 2021. So we'll stick with 2021. And if you want to start a return, you'd go ahead and put in some type of mock social security number. Again, this is not hooked up with the IRS computer, so you can't accidentally or intentionally file a tax return. It's just a place to practice. Okay, I've already used that. So let's, and that's going to happen when you get the big red thing. That means, well, you got to try again. So let me try again. Okay, I've typed in a mock social security number and let's see if it takes it. It does. So this is what the software is going to look like when it's posted in a couple weeks. If you want to practice in 2021, absolutely. Our taxpayer is going to be single. If you want to do the deep dive on the filing statuses, we will talk about that in future sessions. You can use what is called the filing status wizard, or you can go to your publication 4012 and you can jump into the various filing statuses. Let me go ahead and put in some just basic information so we can get past this. You will have to know the date of birth that's captured on your intake sheet. So let's do that. Let's make this guy about 30 years old. Occupation, yes, you're going to plug that in. There's a lot of data which we're going to talk about, but not right now. And you can see there's a lot of requests for information, and a lot of this will not apply when you prepare returns. But of course, you will need an address. And so let's throw in an address. And we only do California returns. If someone pleads with you and say, please, can you do my Arizona return? Your response should be, we don't do that. We'll do California and California only. And we don't do a part year return. We do just a California return. I would recommend you capture the email address from your taxpayers. I think that's important. We're just going to show you the very basics. For this software, which is different than other software, it's going to ask you about the California return. It's going to ask you, has the name changed? And the answer would be no. Renter's credit is a non-refundable credit for the state of California. You've got to rent property and pay for 6 months or more, and that would be California-based property. So in this case, no. Use tax is when you buy a big ticket item outside of California, you bring it back to California, and the difference between the sales tax in Kansas or Nebraska or South Dakota is 5%, let's say, and California is 9%. The difference is 4%. You would pay that to the DMV if it was a car. If you buy a hamburger in Las Vegas, Nevada, and you drive into California with your hamburger, there's no use tax. Okay, this right here is the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They do a bunch of stuff to include there the sales tax people in California. Minimum essential health coverage, that's the Affordable Care Act. And if someone has it, you'll indicate it. If they don't have that health care, they may be subject to a penalty from the state of California. The marketplace in California is called Covered California. This guy is not covered by Covered California. He'll have some other type of insurance. Your address on your return and your physical address typically will be the same. And we'll make this guy from Orange County, California. And again, just to kind of give you a flavor, we're not going to go through the whole thing, but to show you how easy it is for some tax preparation. He doesn't have any qualifying dependents, which means no qualifying child, no qualifying relative. So we'll move on. Here's your laundry list of income. And you'll become very familiar with this. You'll spend a lot of time in the W-2 income tab. And when you open up the W-2, you'll hear time and time again, you'll generally enter the data from the W-2, and most people will have a hard copy W-2. Some of it will have it on their iPhone or electronic device. That's okay, but we just need to have a W-2, and we're going to enter the data as we see it on the W-2. That's the general rule or the mantra. So in this case, we're going to type in a employer identification number right from the W-2. It populates the address of the employer. Then we come over here and we're going to enter the data shown on the W-2. And in this case, let's say it's 50K federal tax withheld by the employer. And of course, that is remitted to the IRS. And then you saw box 3 and 4, 5 and 6 auto-populate. What that means is this is based on the FICA rate and the Medicare tax rate for individuals. And for our purposes, usually when it auto-populates, we're not going to make any changes. Other things you're going to see on the W-2, you're going to see box 12, which is deferred compensation. I stand corrected. Deferred compensation and or health insurance paid by the employer on behalf of the employee. That's DD, Delta, Delta. If you have deferred compensation, like a 401k, that would be code D. These various codes, you'll see that in your publication 4012, but typically D and DD are the ones you're going to work with. So in this case, the employer pays some money on behalf of the employee. And let's say he's in a retirement plan, key it as you see it from the W-2. 14 are occupational health plans in California. Not everybody pays this, but a lot of people do. California State Disability Insurance. And if they pay it, those monies are collected by the employer from the employee and then remitted to the state of California. And of course, if they get sick and they qualify, then they can get their disability check. Your state information, generally, again, we're only looking at California. Your state identification number is going to be seen on the W-2. You populate that. For our purposes, and I guess I'd have to look in the publication 4012 because there's a lot of in scope and out of scope, but typically your state wages are going to be the same as your federal wages. And that's a general rule. There are exceptions, and I was an exception when I lived in Cuba a few years ago, where I did not have any requirement to California, but I did have a requirement to the federal government. Here, this is state tax pay, which means money's withheld from the check and by the employer remitted to the state of California. And when the taxpayer files, are going to indicate how much tax withholding they have from the state. In California, box 18, 19 to 20, that refers to individual income tax. And in the state of California, there's no jurisdiction that has individual income tax except the state of California. So even San Francisco, that loves taxes, and I'm not making fun of San Francisco. I actually like San Francisco. My wife and I have gone up there many times. But 18, 19 to 20, you just don't use it for the VITA program in California. If you're preparing returns for a individual in New York State, which we're not in New York, you would use 18, 19, or 20 where you have a local income tax. So we hit that. This is all we're going to do in the example right here. You can see how fast it is. And we're going to hit continue. When you're using the 2021 software, there's a couple other things you got to do. And this is only for 2021. You have to attend to what is called that recovery rebate. So you go to your deductions and your credits menu. And again, for 2021 only, you have to open up that recovery rebate credit. And then you have to tell the computer, did they receive that third stimulus payment? This is the federal one, or did they not? And so we're going to say, nope, this guy did not. And then we're done with that. And then we're going to go to our health insurance. And we're going to tell the computer, this individual did not get a 1095A. They're not in covered California. And then at that point, it does bring the state return. We're not going to make any changes. We'll show you later how to get into the state return via that blue pencil. When you see the red garbage can, that means you've garbled up some type of entry and you want the entry to go away, and you hit the red garbage can. Hit continue. And then we're done with this basic return. John, can you tell me, can you see the form 1040 on the screen?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay. And we're not going to go through all this because we're about ready to wrap up, but I just showed you an example of how when you go through it with a very basic return, how quickly it can go. And so when you tackle the Bill Franco return, what we'll do next week, the first thing we'll do, we'll open up our session and we'll navigate very slowly through the Bill Franco example. And I'll provide some information and we'll show you what needs to go on what particular line. But this is the 1040. And next week, we're going to go through the 1040 and the 540 for this Bill Franco guy. And then we'll jump into the Schedule A and the Schedule C and the Schedule D. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. We have a couple minutes if anybody has any questions. And John, if we have any chats, if you could go ahead and bring those up.
I'm just checking for chats here.
Yeah, and this is a slide that shows our next session, and hopefully you can join us next Saturday.
I don't think anything's outstanding. I think I'm up to date.
All right, thank you, John. And so next week, what we'll do is we'll start off with the Bill Franco tax return. We'll navigate slowly through the software, and then we'll tackle the Schedule A itemized deductions, the Schedule C, which is for self-employment, and then we'll tackle the Schedule D, which is for capital gains and losses and capital gains distributions. And we'll probably end up going through at least 2 returns next week, maybe even 3. All right, well then that's all I have, and I'm gonna pass it on to John, my co-host. And any closing comments?
No, thanks, Jerry.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you all next week. Take care.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right, take care, Scott. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. Great job.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jerry. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care,
thank
Phil.
you.
All right, let's see
Thanks,
here.
Jerry.
All right, thank you, Barbara. Bye-bye. Okay, we've got to go to stop sharing and then bring up the pause recording. If you're listening to me, John, if you're still there.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right, take care.
You too.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right, take care.
I had a quick question.
Oh, sure.
I'm a student over at Cal State Fullerton.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure that I signed up with you guys. I wasn't able to make it to the orientation as I was in the hospital at the time. So I'm not sure how if I'm signed up with you guys, because I know I'm signed up with, or I have an account with United Way. But
And
I don't know.
so I'm just trying to understand your question. You want to know where you want to volunteer at?
Yes, or if I'm I don't know, getting credit for being here.
Well, you know, if you need credit, yeah, just text me and I'll tell whoever you want that, yeah, you participated in our session. But I think your site coordinator would be interested in that certification. That's what they need when you show up to volunteer. They want to know that you've certified at a particular level, and then they'll check your ID.
Yeah, I did volunteer before the pandemic out in Ventura County. So it's been a while.
Yeah, that's really what the sites look for. They look for that certification. Like, for example, at my site, I have my students go through and they certify at certain levels, and then they show up with their they show up with their volunteer agreement. And then I have what are called community volunteers. They don't attend my class, but they show up with the certification and the volunteer agreement and their ID, and we put them to work.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Take
Thank
care.
you.